Cataclysm podcast, right? I'm just checking before we.
You said classic era. Is that what you said?
Yes, I know everything about Cataclysm. I can tell you which classes are going to perform well. To be fair, a lot of people are going to make YouTube guides, and like, unlike me, like I'm like, I don't know anything about it. They're gonna just talk about it and say they know the correct answers.
I was kind of raging on Discord earlier when people sent me some links to a couple of videos, and I couldn't even get past the first 5 minutes where they're literally, what they've done is there's a hyper speed server that's just launched, where you can literally get to 85 in like no time whatsoever. They've played on that for like 3 hours and then started making videos about classes, and it's like, you have no idea what you're talking about. It's like, just stack honor and go and buy full season 2 epic PvP gear. Like, well, that's on that server, but that's not going to be in at launch on Cat
right away.
How can you say that that's prep? Unbelievable. But anyway, so we're talking about Cat today, guys. Welcome to the podcast. Oh no, we're not. This is Go's episode. Sorry, Go. You take over. I'll get back in my box and I'll sit and fish.
It feels like too much pressure when you say it's my episode. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel honored because last week I did take the reins and I was like, no, Scotty, like sit back, relax, take this week off. But I might need your help tonight. I'm gonna need your input because we got to grill Sarth. We got to grill the homie. It's been months since he's been back on the show, and I reached out the other day and I was like, I hope he comes on. Like, it's kind of short notice. I'm like 2 days. Please.
Oh, it's perfect.
On. Yeah. And I saw that message back. Then you were like, yeah, dude, I got you. I'd love to come back on. So thanks, Sarth, for coming back.
Of course. Thank you for having me back. I'm a lot of people. There's a lot of like divisiveness, or like people are either hating or loving SOD right now. And I'm one of those people that's actually really enjoying it because it feels very like classic WoW. So I'm glad to be back here, and I can't really answer many questions on Cataclysm because you guys are the experts on that. So I can answer anything about Season of Discovery.
Go's the expert, and hi, Sarth. It's always a pleasure to talk to you, darling. But yeah, Go's going to answer all the questions on Cataclysm. And so for me, like, people who actually watch me stream on Kick and that, they'll know I barely touch SOD at the moment. But mine's not like because I don't like the game. I do like the game. Mine's just because it's, Phase 3 has launched at an awful time when the Cata beta is open, and like I'm having to do a lot of prep for Wrath, for the Cata pre-patch in Wrath, and yeah, so it's like I wish I had more time to play Season of Discovery, but I don't think I've ever kept it a secret that Season of Discovery was always going to be, my game on the side. It was always going to be my bit on the side, if you like. So at the moment, it's just on the back burner.
That was me, and like when the Cataclysm beta came out first, especially when it was like you can't even get past level 80. It was like level 1 to 80, and everyone was asking me if I was going to play it. I was like, they also just announced the next season, or next week is season 3 of SOD. So now I have no time to do any of that. It's all going to prep. So it's like the exact same thing, just the opposite direction is where it was for me.
Yeah, that's fair. And Go, you just seem to spend half your life on one version and half your life on the other.
I'm split right down the middle. I can't decide which one. So I'm just taking both kind of easy. It's like if I get into a raid on SOD, cool. If I get into a raid on Wrath, sweet. And that just brought me back to doing a lot more PvP than normal. So I've been just crushing Battlegrounds, like loving it. I did rank 3 to 5 was like 45k honor in SOD. I did that in like one night. The other night, like right before reset, I was like just AB spam for 6-7 hours, and I got.
You're a horde though, right? So you could win.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. But Alliance don't win.
It was still like 15-minute solo queues though, so that sucked. But as soon as I got somebody else in my party, the queue was like 2 minutes. Like the group queues are super short, but solo queue is ridiculously long.
It's actually kind of dope. That's like a nice strategy. It's just like, all right, we're not going to solo queue. Let's actually just group up and do this real fast.
Yeah, and then even on Wrath, I've been doing Battlegrounds, keeping my honor capped at 75k, and then I'll buy an epic gem, put it in my bank in case I need it for like re-gemming and pre-patch or something, and then I'll just recap the honor. Like Wintergrass, still huge amount of honor, like per every 3 hours. So.
Oh, the most fun I've had for ages was last night. Yeah, getting the honor caps fight. I done it last night. I I got practically on a captain one night on Wrath on the Paladin, but I want to take PvP quite seriously in Kata. It will be the first time since Classic launch where I have, but I used to PvP all the time, like as in back in original sort of Wrath Kata, and like I've sort of realised that I'm missing out on a big portion of the game by just focusing on PvE all the time. So I streamed like BGs last night getting on a captain. I'm telling you now, it was literally the most fun I've had for months. Just running around with Shadowmourne and just like, boosted characters just getting deleted. It was too enjoyable.
Was so dope. The pre-patch PvPs have always been like some of the best times too, because like you're farming honor cap and you're farming honor cap against players that like have no gear too. So you just walk around like you're fully twink. Like you just delete them instantly.
Yeah, so good, man. Anyway, I won't. Sorry, go. Mind Fury, you carry on. We won't talk about Cataclysm and Wrath.
Well, I mean, Kata, I'm going to be PvPing in Kata on my mage. I'm going to be having a mage I've been leveling up. I got to level 20 as part of my Kata. Oh, wait. Yeah, you did say Sod. So back to Sod. Sorry. I got to get caught up with you and what you've been up to in Sod for the past 3 phases, I feel like. But
oh yeah, it's been a minute, bro.
Like how many 50s do you have? Because everybody's like kind of reducing it phase by phase. It's like, oh yeah, I started off with like 8, like 1 of each class, and then phase 2 it's like, man, I'm down to 5, and then surely you only have like 2. Because
they made it really, really, really easy. There was like a broken way of leveling the first weekend of Season of Discovery Phase 3, and if you didn't take advantage of that, it's still really easy to level. Like you still have 75% extra increased like experience gains all the way up from 40 to 50. So that part is really easy, but there was like these incursions which now are being super cheesed for gold and ruining the economy like crazy. But you could, in 4 to 5 hours, you would actually just make it from 50 or from 40 to 50 without really playing the game. It's like pretty boring. You would just put people on follow basically, but it was easy to make it. So I do have 5, almost 6. My 6th one is 48 right now. Level 50s, and that's where the real grind is. That's where it feels very much like classic World of Warcraft, because the grind really starts like at max level, like the pre-bis grind, which is exhausting, but it is very like classic like. I don't really have to say if it's like good or bad. That's like for someone to decide, but it's very classic like to spend forever trying to get like this one drop to happen. There's like a literal Blade of Eternal Darkness. You probably know about it, Go. I assume you would maybe know about it, Scotty, but this dagger that gives you back mana every time you use a cast or whenever it procs, and every caster is farming it right now, and its drop rate was 0.26%. So like a fourth of 1% drop rate off of Princess, the last boss in Maradon. So luckily they buffed the drop rate yesterday, and people are finally getting it, but everybody has been farming it and like complaining, which is just, it's a very classic like thing to just farm something forever, basically.
I think it took me about 200 runs to get it in Classic on my mage, that I used to use to boost all my ults.
That's really short.
It was, well, it didn't feel it. I mean, it definitely didn't feel short.
Yeah, no, I mean, comparably, I think Jokered, I used a clip of him getting it in like my video talking about the changes to the drop rate yesterday. And one second, I got messaged by my guild leader. He did 2,648 runs or something to get it the first time.
Yeah, I'd have stopped well before that. And I'll be honest with you, it was a bit of a joint effort between me and my brother, because it was on the same Battle.net account, but a character on an account on the same Battle.net account, and we both use the boosting ults. So I can't even take credit for the like full. I think it was about 200. It definitely was no more than say 250. It was no way more than that. It might have been about 180 or something, but yeah, it still felt long. I thought that was a long ass time.
So
it's terrible to farm.
What classes are you playing? I saw a little bit on your stream today. I was trying to get a little bit of background information on what you've been up to, and I saw you were sticking with your bread and butter with Hunter, Rogue, Feral Druid. Are those the three? And then you have like alts of two of those classes or something?
That's the yeah. So I'm very much. I've been playing a lot of Hunter in SOD because I always mained so much Rogue in Classic, and then I played Hunter in TBC and like DK in Wrath. But like, Hunter's just, I literally leveled it because I didn't want to level another Rogue right away. I've leveled Rogue so many times, I just was like to myself, I don't really want to do that. I'll level up a Hunter first. And then they made Hunter pretty good.
Hunter, yeah.
Yeah, then Hunter was broken. So, I mean, your Scorpion was being able to like 1v3 people. So that was a thing. So I stuck with Hunter. Then Rogue is back. Rogue this phase is finally good DPS, phenomenal DPS, and it buffs the entire raid. So Rogues are like insanely good this phase, and the PvP on a Rogue just feels ridiculously fun. Like that's World PvP is like my favorite part of the game, and then it's raiding and it's like speed running. So having that like is just so great. And then Feral Druid, I'm playing Feral Druid, and I'm gonna have to level a warrior because they're broken. Like warriors are like ungodly good if you have like a good warrior and like decent kill times. So yeah, I'm just sticking with melee DPS. Casters are it's never been my favorite, and they're not very good right now.
Have you done any rogue tanking on your rogue, or just strictly DPS?
I haven't, but it's really solid right now. Like Rogue Tank is actually like could easily be like one of the best tanks. The only issue is rogues still don't have AoE. They don't have any AoE. So like your AoE threat is still like just kind of dog doo-doo. They did give them like one ability called Shuriken Toss, but it hits like for like 60 damage. It's incredibly weak. So yeah, what are you guys playing? Well, Scotty's not really playing much at all.
Yeah, I'll go last because mine won't take long.
Only boomies, of course. I think I started with 3 in phase 1 and then 2 in phase 2, and now I'm down to just 1. And I switched from EU to NA, and you did the reverse. You started NA and you're now on EU, right?
Yeah, I tried. So I started it out like I was like, I'm playing with friends. So like I played with like other streamers and friends and hanging out. I'm such a tryhard, to be honest. I just realized like raids that take a long time. When it's not like a GDKP and everyone messing around, like sometimes it's really fun, but at the same time I wanted to like push for things like speed or anything like that. And so I just like, I needed to go back to EU and join like the top guilds. And then my guild, None of the Above, they've won every world first race. And the plan for the guild was to world first race on Alliance for 25, world first race on Horde for 40, world first race on a new Horde character for 50, and then a new Alliance character for 60. And so I just started all my characters on the server where the guild was going to come for all the final Alliance characters at level 60. Because I was like, fuck that, dude. I don't want to level 17 different times for this. So now the guild has transferred over. And they've fully re-rolled that. Like literally it was like right after Sunken Temple World First got cleared, it was like, all right, they won, delete those characters or just never use them again, start new characters fresh on the Alliance server.
I haven't heard that. That's crazy. This is just be like, oh yep, these tunes, we worked all this prep for it for the race, and yeah, just delete it. That's crazy. But and Scotty, you've gone through a bunch of changes playing SOD too, so go ahead. I had to let you have your chance, even though it's not that long. Like,
yeah, mine's not
like,
going to say.
I did this, boom.
Let me see if I can do it in a minimal amount of words. Quit EU, now NA 22 Paladin.
There we go.
Oh my God.
I'm done. Move on.
And he did it.
That was a lot short. I was expecting like 10 words, like 5. I don't know how to handle that.
Quit once, re-roll, quit again.
But no, obviously I've gone on NA to go and raid with Hammer's Guild. He knows I'm by far not taking Season of Discovery that seriously. I was aiming to be 50 this reset, just gone, to actually be in the raid on Wednesday. But again, because of different things with Wrath, Kata, getting in the way. Obviously, like we was talking before we went live. Obviously, I've been playing the War Within alpha as well for the last few days. So yeah, just things have just been coming up where it's like SOD just keeps moving further and further down the list. But I'm hoping, once all my pre-patch sort of prep's done, there's nothing really to do on the beta for me now until there's some big updates. So, I'm hoping like over the next few days I might actually get some more sort of Season of Discovery time. Because as I say, I enjoy it when I'm on it. It's not like I log on it and I'm like, oh, mate, I hate this. Why am I doing it? It just purely is, there's other things that I need to get done first.
Yeah. Like delegating your time. Blizzard decided to be like, here's Plunder Storm, here's Phase 3, here's Cataclysm pre-patch or beta and pre-patch, here's fucking Mists of Pandaria all of a sudden, and here's the alpha for War Within. Have fun. You choose what to do with your time.
Well, it's like the WoW remix.
Okay, Jesus.
I'd have liked to have done some on the WoW remix, but again, it's just one of those where I've looked at it and it's like, I love MOP, like really, really do. One of my favorite expansions ever. Obviously, it's not. It's more retail than it is MOP. It's a very strange MOP. But, I would have liked to have had a couple of weeks on it and just got out of it what I could, but I just, I haven't got time. There's just too many versions of the game to play to be able to keep up with all of them.
Yeah, exactly. There's just a lot going on, and I'm hyped about it. It's really fun that they have a lot, so you can't really get bored, but it's also like overwhelming, like a little bit overwhelming, and you're just like, okay, what can I focus on now? I don't even know. And then for me, because I've been doing a lot of TikTok and stuff, right as the phase was announced, Dragon's Dogma 2 came out, and I was doing a very heavy, like I was going really hard on the content for that, and that was just like I was getting no sleep. I was doing prep for Race World First, and then getting no sleep and trying to also make content on another game was ugh.
So were you in the run for Sunken Temple? Like, were you in that?
I was not in the winning World First race because I still decided. I actually ended up like last minute because they did the announcement 10 days ahead, right? And I had just started leveling a character there for the plan to join the World First race over on Horde. So I'd started leveling a Horde character for that, but it was only like 10 days. I was like, well, I have to level it up, pre-quest and do all that stuff, try to get it geared. I'm just going to do the race on Alliance. So I did the race on Alliance with the guild I've been playing with in SOD Fake Fresh, and we like 9 people couldn't get in. Did you guys have issues with the getting into the servers?
Oh yeah. It fucked everything up. It weren't just SOD, was it? I mean, the beta was down. Wrath, you couldn't log in Wrath. Like every version of the game was like suffering on that night. It was awful, and I was blaming all of you SOD players. I'm like, I'm trying to play the beta and I can't get on it. It's definitely Saf's fault. That was like, you was the only person that sprung to mind. No one else. I was like, this is 100% Saf's fault. What is he doing?
Someone said that when the game went down to like a DDoS, and like Zaryu had put together all of the streamers on NA to try to kill the STV boss, and we kept trying to do it. And someone like went to Reddit and was just like spamming Reddit and was like Sarth and Goons or Sarth and Clown Co. just crashing the game and ruining it for everybody. And I was like, what? I didn't even put this together. I'm not even doing it on stream. Zaryu put this together. What the heck?
Yeah, that was probably me on Reddit. Was it? Did it say Scottejaye? Because that is my name on Reddit.
So how did that speed run feel for Noda? I'm sure you've talked to a couple people that were in that run. Like, were they excited about the nerf, or was their feeling that the nerf should have came at like the reset on Tuesday, so everybody would have had that chance to come back in and clear it like after the servers came up at the same time?
So the first nerf that happened before the first kill, like it happened like right before the first kill. Noda had just gone back in. But pre-nerf, the guild lowest they got was 16%, and I don't think any other guild had gotten it to under 30%, maybe like a 29%. So it was killable kind of, but maybe also not, because below 10% it gets really, really hectic. Now they did also go in and nerf it again, which is a hefty nerf, so now you just blow up the boss. But the guild possibly needed that first nerf to get the world first kill, and it was also because of Wrath of the Lich King speedruns, which is like where the main focus of the guild is to win Wrath of the Lich King, because Noda has won every single phase now in Wrath. Then it will be like the focus of the guild was just to focus on that. So that was the last day the guild was going to go into even try to kill Irenicus. So like if the world first didn't happen, then it was like over. The guild was just not even focused on it and going back to Wrath. So I would say happy. Everyone's pretty happy that it came out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty solid nerfs. The first round of nerfs, like people might have complained outside of the world first race, but like nobody was killing that, at least yet. Now with world buffs and stuff, it could have for sure gone down, but at that time it was not going down for sure.
So I know they completely like halved most of the boss's health, and I did see a few like mechanical changes, like one less ad would spawn during a phase or something like that. Was there anything else that they changed outside of the health pools, like for that first or second nerf, or did that all come after like reset?
The first nerf was a 33% reduction in HP. So the boss went down from like, I don't know, it was like 4 million to 2.7 or something. The first nerf. Now it's nerfed down to like 1.4 million HP. Like they've gutted it pretty hard. And spawned less ads, and the ads have less HP. And the boss does like a frontal cone breath on the tank, which used to reduce the tank's armor by 100%. So if the tank got hit and then got hit by another melee, it would get one shot every time. Now it reduces the tank's armor by 33%. So they did everything they could to make it more accessible to more players. I really like that it was really hard for the world first race. Like speaking with everybody in the team that won the world first, everybody really liked that it was hard and an actual challenge for the world first race, instead of literally falling over like every other raid has in Classic's history, basically, right? It's usually just like, oh, 20-minute clear, like 1 hour, and the world first race is over. This was like days long, and like people would like try new strategies that were crazy, so they would have to like hide streams so that everybody didn't copy them.
Yeah, we saw one of our favorite YouTubers and all of his melee friends get killed by that breath you was talking about.
Yeah.
Shout out to Hammer. Hope you're doing well, mate. Yeah, no, I mean, I fully agree. Like, I was watching you on night one, and Crix flicking between the two of you. I think we'd just finished a podcast or something. I was still up quite late. I'm sure we'd done a podcast on launch night. Or was it the day before? I can't remember. But whatever, yeah. I was looking at a few different streams, and yeah, I mean, it looked. The thing is, for me, so you've got to, forgive my ignorance. I have not done Sunken Temple. This is the first phase of Season of Discovery where I haven't gone in and cleared everything in the first reset, like purely because of what we've already discussed. But it just looked more like the mechanics to the bosses looked absolutely piss easy. It was just a battle of attrition. It was like, can your casters and your healers get through the fight or not? That was literally what it looked like to me.
Some of them for sure, especially the last boss, the Shade of Hakar, not Shade of Hakar, the Avatar of Hakar. That fight is like really easy when you figure out the mechanics. Like when people understand it, the fight is really easy, and it had 5.6 million HP. Like it was like, here's a 15-minute fight for the sake of being a 15-minute fight.
No.
It was crazy. But the rest of them, like a Shade of Irenicus, is like easily probably the most mechanics you have to deal with anything in like classic. Shade of Irenicus felt on the first, like before the Giga nerfs, it felt like it was kind of reminiscent of like heroic Lich King in like the amount of things you're kind of thinking about, like like week one heroic Lich King kills without world buffs. Because I remember back in the day, a lot of people were thinking that heroic Lich King was like mathematically impossible without gear, and that's just it. Then we killed it. We literally killed it on the PTR and let the world know that it was killable, because people didn't log out. But yeah, it is it felt like that. It felt fun and new.
Yeah. And what does it feel like now? Genuinely, from I watched you in there the first night. How does it feel when you go in there now, this latest reset?
Yeah, you blow through the raid.
No.
Is it still, like, harder than Nomer at this point of like phase 2, like that Nomer was, or?
No, I guess so. Kind of. You like straight up, we blow through the raid now. The bosses, like, you, as always, you end up skipping mechanics. Like, you can one phase things. It's They're
just all loot pinatas now.
Easy. Yeah, it's pretty easy. I mean, pugs still have issues, but it's definitely easy.
Pugs had issues in BFD. I mean, let's not worry about that. Where any pug Go went to, I don't think they killed more than 4 bosses in BFD, did they?
Wait, really?
There was one pug run where we got the 4th boss down, and we were clearing trash to the menagerie, and both tanks just left.
Oh, you're talking about Nomer?
Like, oh yeah.
I was talking about BFD. You had some bad BFDs as well, not being able to get past Kelris, didn't you?
Nah.
Was that not you?
BFD was fine. It was Nomer where the pugs fell apart. BFD was chill.
Yeah, I couldn't remember what one it was.
If your pug can't clear all of Sunken Temple, it's a good thing now, since you can go in and solo farm the trash in Sunken Temple for nightmare seeds.
That's a good segue, Sarth, into the news of this week. There's a blue post. Usually we don't talk about like the news that much, but I thought I would torture Scotty a little bit.
Yeah, I didn't set this screen up. You have to bear with me.
You're fine. I can send you the link if you want.
Oh no, I've got it all up. I've got all the articles up. I just didn't actually.
Perfect.
I just remembered I didn't actually set the cameras up.
Well, while you're doing that, Sarth, in phase 2, I saw Scotty going in as a mage and solo trash farming Nomer. And then now we can go into Sunken Temple yet again and solo trash farm. Like, do you need to kill any bosses, or can you just go in there and you can farm the trash?
You need to kill at least you need to have at least 5 or 6 bosses down, but you can't kill the 6th boss. So like it's gated a bit where like you can't enter into certain areas that spawn like the whelps, and they don't even spawn until you kill the troll bosses, Jamalon and Ogom. They don't even spawn until then. So you do need to kill. It needs to be a 5 of 8 ID or a 6 of 8 ID, and it can't be further than that though, because the trash won't respawn.
I know people were selling like Black Temple lockouts for rogues to go in there. So have you seen anybody selling like a 5 or 6 lockout?
Not yet, but that's so funny. Probably, I haven't noticed it, but there's probably people doing it. I would anticipate it. I thought about putting, I've heard that people are like wiping their pugs on Aranicus, and then like when the pug breaks apart, everybody tries to get into the lockout and like have it, and then if you're not in the group that's in there, you get like teleported out, right? Yeah. So like a lot of cheesy things are happening to do this right now. But it's like, it literally was making some people like thousands of gold an hour, which is unreal. Like so obnoxious.
Well, they did make some changes to the nightmare seeds. They the drop rate in Sunken Temple has increased by roughly 50%.
Did you not want to go in order of what you put on?
Well, just because we were already talking about the seeds.
All right. I'll have to find it. Yeah, go on. We'll cover this.
Then,
might as well cover this post in general then.
Yeah. And then the Sigil of Living Dreams, which is like the enchanting sigil, no longer requires a nightmare seed. So they kind of made it less popular. So I would imagine you're not getting like 1,000 gold an hour from farming these anymore. It's probably
the price has gone down per seed from like almost 30 gold to like 20 gold, which is
that's still good.
Really not that much of a difference. They did do some stuff where the trash respawn. I won't really get into it, but they did some stuff to nerf the farm. They slightly nerfed the farm.
All right, and then I guess we can go up to the top of it, Scotty.
Yeah, it's there, mate. You just crack on.
Yeah. So there's now Emerald Wardens guarding NPCs present near the Nightmare Incursion quest givers and quartermasters. I heard that there's been like bloodbaths of PvP in the incursion area, and then they
Oh my
did
God!
that
Let me
change,
say
and then-
something. Let me say something. This is going to be the
Well-
only time that I even comment on any of this because I ain't got a lot to
tie
add.
it up.
Go on, quick.
And then also players
done?
will now gain the honorless target effect whenever they enter or leave the Nightmare Incursion portal. So they've made a couple changes to that event to try to get people from stop PvPing there. Go ahead, Scotty.
I'm not going to put it on the screen, but like for anybody who wants to, like I occasionally have a look through. Again, I'm up to date on everything Season of Discovery. I know everything that's happened all through Phase 3, even though I'm not playing it that much, because I do sit and go through every blue post, and you know I want to know everything that's going on. So sometimes I then try and gauge whether it's a good or bad thing if it's a class that I've not played much by having a look in the comments on Wowhead and seeing what people are saying. And it's the most toxic mess ever, but it's amazing. And some guy in the comments to this blue post on Wowhead went fucking apeshit, and it was one of the best reads ever, saying like, that's it, like all I'm going to do now is live outside incursions 12 hours a day because I know how to make it so the Emerald Warden guards don't attack me. I'm going to kill all the Alliance fucking scum, like keep trying to buff paladins, like Shaman's got, like the geezer goes on one. And he just argues in every reply. It was like one of the best reads ever. So apparently, you know, if that cretin is actually right, even though the wardens are there, you can still stand in certain places and kill people and they won't attack you.
Yeah, if you're in between the wardens and the actual Nightmare Incursion like teleporter, you can literally just be in between them. And the wardens are only right on top of the NPC. And on top of that, people are also just not caring, right? Like if you summon a big enough group and you just sapper or AoE, you kill everybody. And that's what's happening in like hinterlands and stuff right now. There's like hundreds and hundreds of people just doing these Nightmare Incursions, and the wardens will kill you, but it doesn't matter. You just res whenever all of those people are there, and boom, you just kill them really fast. You get like 4,000 honor per res, and then wait another like few minutes for another group of thousands of people to be standing there, or hundreds of people, and then do it again.
So what are your thoughts, Saf, on Nightmare Incursions in general? Like good addition, bad addition, poorly implemented? Like, you know, what's your honest opinion on what they've done for Season of Discovery?
The idea was there as like to be a cool thing, and it just the thing for Blizzard really is like they aggressively have to keep thinking about like what stupid, obnoxious, giga try hard, unfun thing will the players do, even if this is like a fun way of playing the game. What will they do? And how can we stop them from doing that to themselves, right? Like the devs literally just have to stop us from griefing ourselves from having fun, essentially. And like that's really what it is like people will do the most min-maxy thing possible if it is technically the fastest honor or gold or anything else per hour, even if it's the least fun. And that's what we're seeing, essentially, right? That's like just flat out what everyone's doing.
So I'd like to have seen them a bit more like, I don't want to start talking about War Within because I've played the alpha for a whopping like 10 hours over 3 days. But, you know, a little bit more like the delves that they've done in War Within. You know, the thing for me is, I know like it's great for world PvP and all these interaction and, you know, everything that's going on with, sappering and killing everyone and all that. I know some people find that fun. But you know, like
so toxic.
I feel like if it was more like even let's forget delves because delves are you know they're brand new. Some people won't even know what they are. But like more scenarios, you know, like scenarios that came in the MOP pre-patch, you know, where it's like small group play that is actually very easy. It's not meant to be challenging, but it's meant to be like quite rewarding. Without all of the, you could still have all the PvP going on outside, but once you're inside, it's just a bit more controlled.
I agree. Like, it's super, super, super toxic. Like, People will just be on high levels, just farming low levels for just on repeat. Like people are just trying to level, and other people will just be farming you on repeat. Also, like the changes to the honorless target thing went in kind of a while ago now, at least a few days ago, and it has not at all changed what is going on like with like the PvP inside of the zones. Like the people are just players are farming other players. It's just that's what they're doing. They're just hard farming.
Yeah. Go.
Oh, all right. Yeah, we've got the Cubicle Mojo consumables are now unique 2, allowing 2 to be carried and used, and that whole thing is that's the flask that you can only use inside of Sunken Temple, right? And then
Yes,
they've gone through a couple changes outside of that as well, because it was like, oh yeah, it's going to persist through death. It's not going to persist through death.
That was like from Blizzard saying like that was a miscommunication because they never actually intended for it to persist through death. So, and they never were going to make that change where it persisted through death or persists through death. So it's like yeah. It's weird that they even said that would happen, but it won't happen. It is nice that you can carry 2 of them though, because like it's kind of lame if you just die. It's like, well, there, that's gone. Kind of like a world buff, but it's not a world buff. So it's nice. It's a nice change. It's interesting though. Like it's weird the wording of it. Like calling it a flask in general, like inherently makes you think that it should persist through death, right? Like that's just what flasks do. They last for however long you have them, and it doesn't matter if you die. But these aren't. They are like the Zanza trinkets, like the Spirit of Zanza trinket and stuff, like or potions. So it's totally different. They're really powerful though, so that's tight. And being able to hold 2 of them, I think, is great. It just feels lame only having 1, and then if you like lose it, it's gone. So I do like that. I don't like. It's never fun to like lose a buff or something and then be like, all right, back to Yo Jamba, and that's what people were doing.
This next one is perfect for you because I have no idea anything about melee and weapon speed and stuff like that. But obviously, melee is struggling this phase, and they needed to have something equalized for the other melee specs. So what happened with this 2-point speed version of this offhand Serpent Striker?
Yes.
Also being able to have a 1.5 speed. What is that all about?
So the offhand fist weapon in the raid was originally only 1.5 speed. There was no slow version of it. So any other class that wanted like their best offhand, like melee hunter, their best offhand was the epic sword because it's 2.6 speed. And the fist weapon really has this great interaction where it puts a debuff up on the targets. So the target takes 8% more nature and holy damage. And on top of that, you also get the target taking more, I think it's like it's susceptible to more nature damage. Sorry, it lowers the resistance. But you also, if you use both of them, you have a proc that gives you like 150 attack power and turns you into a giant snake, and that's dope. But you couldn't use it. It was only usable for rogues and warriors. And so Blizzard went in and basically made it so that you could turn in the really fast version and trade it in for a much better version. So that is what that change was, and that's honestly in my eyes like pretty dope. Yeah, so
only because it's nature damage. Yeah, if it was like fire damage, then I'd be like, nah, like who cares? Like that doesn't need change. But nature damage, hell yeah. Let me get my beefy Wrathcast out there.
Exactly, right? Like, I don't know, it's dope too because more people want it, which feels good, being able to like have more people get an item. It just feels good. I think like it was kind of like very niche, and now it's just like it's just a better item. I'm hyped that they made that change. I think it was a really good change, and I wonder if they made that change because people were like complaining. It does feel like a lot of changes go through because of people complaining, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I would say like Blade of Eternal Darkness having its drop rate increased, it's probably from people complaining. I'm gonna say probably.
Yeah, so maybe I need to complain more about the beta, and they might actually like do something about it. I'll put more sarcastic Twitter posts out tagging Agrand in. That's what I'm gonna have to do. Apparently,
If enough people are mad about something, like they'll
everybody who plays the
adjust it.
beta is fucking mad. But I think they forgot I think they forgot that there's other versions of the game that they need to sort out. Anyway,
Yeah, I mean, they're doing that. They're doing like 3 different versions of the game right now, right? And it's like a small team. They're like pumping, which is crazy how much they're getting done. But it's also, it makes sense that like, if I were them, I'd feel stress, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, they're spinning a lot of plates. It just feels like a lot of them are on the floor.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a couple other minor things like the rainbow generator should now.
What do you mean
appear
minor?
For multiple other races.
Yeah, rainbows.
Yeah,
Rainbows are cool.
Oh, Scott, you go into it. This is all you.
Yeah, so the rainbow generator now will appear for Troll, Tauren, Night Elf, and for all other races. So what was happening before was that wasn't the case. Next go.
Now it is.
And
the
now
case.
now it is the case. I mean, to me, that's a beautiful change. Like we need more of that. I mean, I think they should stop like worrying about items. You know, like giving 2.6 speed offhands and stuff like that. Forget about items. Forget about the economy and things that are broken and bots and incursions being like the only content worth doing. Like forget about all of that and like let's get some more like rainbows and maybe unicorns that fly out of your character's ass or something. Like, can we not have more of that? I feel like it would make the game better.
Can I be a worm and then shoot a?
You are a
rainbow
worm.
at my worm. Because I don't see worm listed as a race, and I feel like the worms need to rise up and speak up for themselves. How does a worm sound?
You can be a worm. Wait, were you? Yeah, no, that's the whole thing.
You can. Yeah. Can you be a worm and shoot a rainbow, like worm to worm rainbow?
I think so. I think you can. You can rainbow out your butt as a worm into another worm's mouth.
Perfect.
It's totally doable. And you can even do that in combat. That's the golden rule now. It's actually you can watching people like I want to see an entire like Warsong Gulch where everyone is a bush hiding as like a bush because you can turn into a bush and then they all transform into worms and attack all at once.
Sorry, am I still in the right place? What the fuck are we talking about right now?
No, that's all of that. No, they added cosmetics to the game.
I know. It's very impressive stuff.
And so you could turn into a worm, you could turn into a giant troll, you could turn into an inanimate bush or a box, and there's also you can turn into like a big like troll tablet that could literally take like cover an entire doorway.
Yeah, we went hard on the bush last week.
Yeah, we spoke a lot about the bush. Yeah,
the last 2 weeks I feel like. But this was a great change, and people have been asking for it since phase 2 launched, if not sooner than that. Was the rune change from that vendor Grisby and Tenaris, or not Tenaris, Barons, right?
In Ratchet, yeah.
Yeah. So now instead of having to go through that quest chain for your phase 1 rune, you can just go buy it for I think it was 3 gold.
It's 3 gold, and like it's so nice because not only were people not going to do the quest chain, but buying everything from the auction house was like ranging per server from like 40 gold to 100 gold to get your rune from phase 1. Like it's so lame. So just making it a 3 gold quick, go and buy the rune. Oh, so convenient. I can't believe it took so long, but at least it's in.
Yep, sounds like a positive change to me.
Okay, all right. And then a bunch of class changes, and I'll just say the very first one is the only one that I can really relate to. Star Surge no longer consumes clear casting procs from Omen of Clarity. So they've already made it. It should have been like that to start with. So they made Omen of Clarity change for phase 3 to where it can proc off a spell cast instead of just melee cast. And it still requires 6 talent points. The first 5 are useless for casters because it's only physical damage.
Yeah.
So we have to spend 6 talent points to get Omen of Clarity, and then we would get our Omen proc, our clear casting proc, and then a Wrath that cost 0 mana was consuming it. And then if it wasn't a Wrath, it was a Star Surge that cost 10 mana that was consuming it. And it's like, what is the value from spending 6 points and saving 0 mana?
Yeah,
And
was it worth it to get Omen of Clarity? Like,
no.
For feral druids, it's only worth it to get Omen of Clarity because of the percentage damage increase for physical damage, right?
Yeah.
Natural weapons or naturalists or whatever is actually, that's the talent points that are better. Omen of Clarity itself, like, theoretically sounds cool, but it's not nearly as strong as getting just like, here's 10% raw damage.
Yeah, so they fixed it like a week ago that it doesn't consume by wrath, and then they finally fixed it to where Star Surge also isn't going to consume the clear casting. So it should be like Starfire, should be free. That's pretty much it. Maybe a dot. No, because it doesn't affect dots, I don't think. So I think it might just be Starfire.
Do you have mana problems, Go?
No, not really. Especially with the boss fights, like they made the boss fights really short, and I was hearing minor mana like complaints from Boomies like that first week, the first 6 days of the phase, and then they were like
the 10-minute boss fights, 15-minute boss fights.
Boomies were still like, just pop a mana pot on cooldown and you'll be fine, like without having to get Omen.
So if we break it down, you needed Omen when the boss is like pre-nerf and it didn't work. Now the bosses are post-nerf, they fixed Omen. Is that what you're saying?
That is actually, that is what we're saying.
Cool. Just making sure we're all caught up.
That's like literally, that's 100%. Nope, you're correct.
Yeah, when you don't need it, it works now.
But yeah, I mean, any other changes to classes that you'd like to speak on, Sarth?
So they made the Druid runes Lacerate and Mangle. They moved those off of like sharing the exact same slot on the gloves. That is like a great change. Like Feral Druid tanks were really upset that you couldn't choose one or the other, or you had to choose one or the other. And a lot of times you would bring a Feral Druid for the Mangle debuff is so powerful. It's 30% to all bleeds, right? And then also like you had to bring like Wind Fury. So like Feral Druid tanks a lot of the times weren't really bringing the tanking runes for Feral Druids. And that felt like kind of like a rough thing. It wasn't really great design realistically. And so apparently on Blizzard's end, because I had reached out about this, apparently on their end, like there was a complication with moving something to a different rune. So initially it just was like a lot more work on the back end than it just seemed like an easy thing. And eventually, so like I had actually heard that they weren't gonna ever change stuff like this because it was just too much work to be worth it. But now that they're doing this, it's actually really, really nice. And I'm pretty sure like on their end, I haven't asked anyone, but I'm pretty sure what they do is like they literally just disabled the old rune and then made a new rune in the system that goes into the new slot. Like instead of like physically moving it, maybe they actually did do all of the back end work that had to happen to move it. But it's good. It's a good thing. Now some of the runes that are sharing slots with things that are like obviously competing for them, like something that's like the exact same and should be good for you, now those actually have a potential of being moved.
Yeah. So it's good that if they have done the back end work already, yeah, you might see some more shuffling around in the future as well. The one that I wanted to talk about. Paladin. Yeah, I wanted to talk about Paladin actually, but not for the room. But yeah, they moved Light's Grace, didn't they? For healers.
Yeah, it's minor.
But I like the fact that they're, and again, the only class I'm playing on Season Discovery at all at the moment is a Paladin anyway. So I like the fact that they're trying to equalize the mana game between Shamans and Paladins now. You know, so like that to me is massive. You know, I mean, again. It was massive all pre-nerf when you actually needed the mana to be able to get through the fight.
Yeah, the really, really long fights, it was super huge. It being Horde was like, on top of having infinite mana as Horde, you also can place one totem that cleanses all of the poisons, which now is like not even an issue on that fight. But that was like one of the most frustrating things is we in Race to World First, we were actually bringing in level 40 druids because we didn't have our leveled up druids to disease cleanse, right? Literally, we were bringing in level 40 druids to disease cleanse because it was just like that rough, to be honest. So like Horde already had that advantage, and they have like the damage and AoE threat of a Paladin advantage, and they have the advantage of just the mana. now at least the mana, they did buff it quite significantly. It's a pretty large buff. The mana gains that you get now are actually definitely something that you can actually feel. Like you're never gonna have 3 paladins in your raid like in a normal, like a good raid, but I did today in my guild splits, and like I literally couldn't use my mana on a hunter, which isn't like crazy mana intensive by any means, but like I literally couldn't go below like 90 mana or 90% mana today.
Yeah, so pretty. Yeah, it's good. I that was one thing that I saw in here, and I was like, yeah, I mean that it kind of makes sense.
So Scotty, the chat is demanding a break from the sod talk. We have to talk about Kata here for a second. So first super chat of the night, Pocket Hero.
No,
thank
that's
you so
about
much.
sod, though, isn't it?
Is it honor accommodations?
Yeah, from phase 2.
Oh, dang.
Ooh,
all I saw was
chat
honor
loves Saw
accommodations.
2. I'm getting you guys to
never
come
mind.
back.
I got Scotty excited that we were going to talk about Kata.
You didn't get me excited because I knew exactly what you was going to say, because I looked at it straight away knowing exactly what I've been doing on rap for the last 2 weeks and was like, I don't really want to talk about that. And then I was like, oh, phase 2, he's talking about sod. I'll get a beer.
Yeah, perfect. But don't make a video about this. So Sarth, don't do it. I see you're loading up the second camera. I see you.
I unironically had something today like sent to me that there's like an exploit that happened. Sorry for getting sidetracked, but there's an exploit that's happening for warlocks. And if anyone's watching this and you know what the exploit is, you will get banned. I got pinged and it was like, don't make a video of this because everyone that's going to do it is getting banned. Like it's super exploity too. It's super, like it's very much an exploit. If you know what I'm talking about, you know exactly right when you see it, right when someone linked me a video of it, I was like, that does not seem like something you should be doing.
Well, can you tell us what it is? Because I actually want to know.
There's a way of farming like the Explorer Imps thing. Really, like you can exploit it, and it's for sure getting banned. Like it's like they're gonna ban it. Like and that's not like I'm speculating. It's like don't do it.
All right, but as of today, Pocket has hundreds of honor accommodations from phase 2 still, and they still work. So they said it was going to be what, 2 weeks? Has it been?
They did
weeks?
say 2 weeks on Thursday.
Yeah, so tomorrow's week 2, like the end of week 2.
Use them or keep some and see if it. I don't
use them or lose them.
Willing to risk it? Are you 7? Are you rank 7? Keep it. See if it works.
And also get your honor kills to help you rank up, because I think that
I can't believe people didn't know to get their 15 honor.
They fixed people for like the first week. I don't know if they're doing it again this week. If you spend accommodations, get your honor, but don't have any honor kills, because getting honor kills is part of the requirement to rank up.
People are reporting some buggy stuff today with honor. Well, yesterday, that like some people that didn't do any honor farming and only got like a little bit of honor got rank 7 for some reason and didn't turn in their tokens or anything. I don't know what's all going on with that, and I haven't done enough research into it. I've just had a lot of reports of it, but I also have not done it myself at all and seen it like in person, so I can't like confirm or deny if anything like that is a thing. But people are saying that they know a lot of people that got rank 7 but didn't do any work for it, essentially.
Mine was a little bit bugged yesterday because that's when I did my grind 5 to 7, and I logged in and I had the rank 5 or rank 3 to 5, sorry, and I had my rank 5 title, but I couldn't buy anything from the vendor, and I was like, oh yeah, I just need to relog. That's what happened in phase 2. So I relogged and I still, like, it didn't work. I could buy the gear, I couldn't equip it. And then I had to log out. I logged out for like an hour or something like that, logged back in, and I could finally like equip my rank 5 gear.
The actual title I think updates faster than the gear check. I also like on a character late last phase, I like wanted to I didn't like my guild tabard. Hopefully none of them are watching. So I wanted the honored tabard or whatever for rank 1. So I just grabbed rank 1 really fast, and then I was able to buy the tabard, but I couldn't equip it for like an hour and a half or something.
What sort of guild are you in where you think they're going to be offended that you don't like the guild tabard? Like, shit, don't shoot me. I know you're really fond of that pink tabard with a bunny rabbit on the front of it.
It's a lobster because the fastest way to level in phase 1 was killing crabs, and I don't think there's a crab on there. So like it was just literally so many people would just spend their days killing crabs in Westfall, and that's how you lived your life. Is we were crab enjoyers, but not anymore. You don't have to do that anymore. Technically, it's still probably the fastest way until like level 25, but whatever.
I hear crabs and I think of slave pens from TBC.
I mean, that's old school.
Similar.
The old school crab method, though. Crabs and then birds. The birds as well, like halfway up the beach in Westfall, they used to like proper hyperspawn. I don't know if they do on Season of Discovery, but that was like my go-to. I'd go from crabs to the vultures and then to the next level crabs, then the next level vultures. You just slowly make your way up the beach, and yeah, it was quicker than questing. I assume, is that what you're actually talking about?
No, it was 100% what I'm talking about. Yep. And it's just crab, and now it's like crab, then gnolls in whatever outside of Theramore or whatever. But yeah, and then you just do incursions now. But that's what it was. It was just like you would just kill the crabs on repeat, and like there was like never any competition. All of the like top guilds knew about it. I made a video about it eventually once everybody had like 5 characters, because I obviously wanted to wait and didn't want people to fight me while I was leveling. But still,
I just find it hilarious that people didn't know that, and I was doing that in 2005.
Yeah, it's exactly the same though. Yep, exactly.
All right, Hunter's Chimera Shot no longer refreshes Serpent Sting at 1 less damage per tick. Was it actually just 1 less damage? So it was ticking for like 300 and it started to tick 299, and somebody bitched about it and they were like, guys, Chimera Shot's bugged.
That's like a fair thing to fix though. But yes, that's essentially what it was. Yeah. There's like it was a bug, and that bug was lame for ranged hunters. It's not like a big deal though. It really wasn't ever a big deal. So it's a minimal change, but definitely a change that's now in the game. So good job.
Bunch of mage changes. A lot of stun stuff, it looks like, got fixed, where there was some interactions with impact and deep freeze. And deep freeze, I thought that one of these, the second one down there, the first deep freeze one though, deep freeze will no longer deal damage to players who are temporarily immune to stuns. I thought that that's how it was supposed to work.
It's permanently immune to stuns.
Yeah, so like it only does damage to bosses, pretty much is what I read into that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so like if you use like a FAP or something, you're not going to take like an instant 1000 damage crit of a deep freeze, right? Because the damage numbers in PvP in Season of Discovery, I'm just shocked still. Like, not really shocked, but like I think they should just add some sort of damage mitigation in PvP, because everything is so bursty and we do way more damage than we have HP. You can kill someone in 2 seconds on like every class. Every class can do it. A Shadow Priest can double dot like almost anyone, and if you can't heal yourself or get like an immunity, even if you can sit down and eat, you're gonna die to those 2 dots that they just cast over time. It's gonna get you.
I saw that with PS Hero and a Warlock too.
Yep.
He got like double dotted and killed the lock, and then the lock soul stoned, and then like reapplied the dots, and he killed him a second time, and then he still had to sit there and keep like eating for 12 seconds, like hoping that the dots weren't going to tick him down from like 30%. And he still almost died.
It's yep, it's literally how it is right now. Like you're gonna die, and like it's not like you can't win the fight, but it's just like not a skill-based battle at that point of you winning that, because like, all right, you killed him, but he did get his 2 instant casts on you, and now you're gonna go down, dude. Just have fun.
That's the difficulty. That's the difficulty, or that's the corner that they've put themselves in by being like, nope, we're not adding resilience, or we're not adding any PvP stats. I know there's some people that love and hate resilience, like, you know, whatever. I'm not saying it's a perfect system, but when you're trying to balance classes around both PvE and PvP using almost the same gear, it's impossible. You know, like when you look at Ellie Shamans and, well, from what I hear about Ellie Shamans, again, like I've not been on the receiving end of an Ellie Shaman's burst, but if they get an overload proc of lava burst and they both crit, it's like, yeah, you're fucked. Yet when you look at them on the meters or you look at them on Warcraft logs, their actual DPS in PvE is not particularly impressive. But Blizzard can't really do anything to buff them in PvE because it will buff them in PvP. They can't do anything to nerf them in PvP too much because it's going to nerf them in PvE. That's why, like, having actual PvP, yeah. But it makes sense. You know, it's the way they done it when they started to actually realize how the game works. You know, that's the problem. It's like all of these systems where people are like, go play retail, bro. It's like, well, no, it's just they saw an issue and they fixed it, and then we're dealing with all the same issues again because you've got a classic team that are like trying to recreate something that clearly had problems. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with putting systems in the game that's actually going to make it better, especially when people are running around doing the damage that they're doing. You know, that's the thing. Like, PvP's not fun if it's just a case of who opens first. Who literally presses their buttons first? Oh, you're dead. It's like there should always, for PvP to be fun, in my opinion, there should be a counter. Like you need to be able to actually put up a fight.
Yep, agreed. They're like, just getting deleted without a way of playing against it doesn't really feel great.
I think that they should have added how we had in phase 1. There was like a 5%. Was it five? Only 5?
5% less chance to be crit, wasn't it?
It was damage too.
Oh, was it damage
it?
reduction? I thought it was to be crit.
I think it was damage
be
reduction and crit.
Yeah, like the Warstone Gold helm.
Look it up. Yeah, the helm. Yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about, but yeah.
If it was damage reduction, I would have loved to see that on our ranked gear, like our 6 set. If it was like the 3 set bonus instead of 15 stamina, if it was like 20% damage reduction or something like that, then because I don't want it restricted to just like battlegrounds, because world PvP is pretty insane too. So if you could at least get your 3 set and have that for open world damage reduction, I think that'd be kind of cool.
So the thing is, we're
Scotty,
talking.
you're making me think about that.
Well, the thing is, we're talking about the exact same problems that have existed for years, and that got fixed. So again, if you really think about how resilience works, resilience has literally got, you know, it reduces dot damage and mana burns. You know, the amount of mana, like they're literally like dot damage. You've both mentioned Shadow Priest. You've mentioned Warlocks Go. You know, that is clearly an issue. So even if they just added something that reduces damage over time effects by however much, depending on how much of this, like, don't call it resilience and upset people. Call it resilient, and like, you know, no one will know. But you know, they clearly knew it was a problem. Yeah. Yeah, it's a new thing. Yeah, new to Season of Discovery. But it's, you know, it was a problem historically, and they came up with a way that actually fixes that problem.
Yeah, agreed. And I think that they should implement it. They definitely should implement it. Because we're just going to keep doing more and more damage, and like it's impossible for them to give us enough stamina to counter that and still be like not have too much HP for like PvE encounters and such, right? So it's the easiest way to balance. It really is. Yeah, maybe I'm not looking at it from the devs perspective, so like maybe there's something that I'm missing on there, but I believe it's the easiest way to balance.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, in Season of Discovery, if I was to think about how people get nuked down and what the biggest issues are, I would have resilience work where it doesn't reduce damage from players ordinarily, so not normal hits. Like, it doesn't just reduce normal damage. It only reduces critical strike damage, reduces dot damage, and I don't actually think even mana drains are an issue, are they? Mana burns and that, not really an issue in Season of Discovery, so you could probably leave that bit off. But reducing crit damage taken, reducing the chance to be crit, and reducing dot damage, that could be like the sod resilience.
things are dead way before you get close to running out of mana.
Yeah, exactly.
In a 1v1, the fight is over when you've spent like a third of your mana, and that's only if you use like really mana intensive spells.
And that's why I'm thinking, like, you know, it should only be crit damage, because, you know, if a shaman, it's the fact that, like, using an early shaman as an example, they can guarantee a crit, you know, and it's the crit. Obviously, I know it sounds like a stupid thing to say, but it is the crits that kill you. You know, you can take a few normal star surges to the face, and you know, you could outplay it. But, you know, a couple of crit star surges and you're struggling. You know, so if you can just have a stat that reduces that crit damage, I mean, it'd be a good fucking start, in my opinion. But that was what I found. Obviously, I really was enjoying world PvP in particular during Phase 2. I was playing a mage, and I could literally just fucking one-shot people. You know, it was amazing.
You can farm, like, an infinite amount of coins as a mage early on. It was, hey, let's get a 5-mage group together, and I have half of my mount in one 30-minute bout.
When we was on a podcast, and it was me, Go, I think was it Bob and Mel? I feel like Bob was definitely there, and I think you said something, Go, like, Scott, you seem distracted. I was like, shit, sorry, I'm in the STV event, and I got like 1.8k coins. You know, whilst doing the podcast and in a 5-man mage group, and it was like 1.8k coins. That's fucking easy. It's so
insane. At least they kind of nerfed that. Like, honestly, it feels really nice to be a melee in or like ranged hunters. Ranged hunters are so insane right now in the PvP event, like, because you can reset multi-shot, and your multi-shot can hit 3 people for 1,500 if it crits, right? Which is a third of their HP, or like if you're a caster, that's like 80% of your HP. So you just like you can do that 3 times in a row by throwing out your traps and resetting those. So if you have 3 or 5 ranged hunters, like, you can just delete things so fast. It's actually really entertaining.
Was you disappointed there was no PvP event, or was you like, all right with the fact that it's still STV?
I'm okay with it.
Is PvP. What are you talking about?
No, the incursion event is like the most toxic, high-level raid groups just farming lobies, trying to level, and like nobody helping each other or PvPing actually, because nobody wants to get like caught in that and left behind by the rest of their group. So like they literally will just watch everybody else just die. They're like, I'm not fighting that. The incursions have super toxic PvP. Technically there's PvP, but it's like insanely toxic. Just like, it's just ganking lobies and farming honor.
So you mentioned something before we was live, Saf, which is something, again, like my the extent of my Phase 3 knowledge in terms of keeping myself up to date is, you know, looking at the blue tracker, reading every blue post that goes out. But you mentioned something about an add-on with incursions.
Yeah, so there's an add-on now where people basically, like, you can auto turn in all of your quests, and then the add-on will auto open all of the incursions that you get, and it'll auto share everyone. You just keep spamming the button that presses share, because like within the LUI code you cannot have an add-on that does like multiple actions at once. So like you have to just a button that you just press a bunch of times, and it tells you like you can share 19 more times. So you just spam it really fast for like a good 6 seconds, and it's shared all 19 of those with everyone in your group. And then everyone just runs as a mob of like literally hundreds. They run as mobs of hundreds of people doing the entire loop, and then going back, turning in, and then using the add-on to clear it. And it also like will auto delete any of the ones you don't want. So like any of the crafted ones or anything like that, it'll auto delete those. Yeah, I always knew it would get instantly automated. Like there was instantly like weak auras for it, so you knew which ones you had. But you knew right away like this is going to get super automated, and it has. But also it's still just an insane gold farm. Like people are making like 150 to 300 gold an hour just by doing this, which is like crazy. And people are just doing this AFK, like just watching Netflix. I was doing it earlier. I was like, I have to turn my stream off because this is way too boring. It's not actual content at all.
Well, as I say, I done it earlier, like for the first time. I was like, you know, I really should. While I had a bit of downtime, I should put a bit of effort in and at least look at some of the Phase 3 content instead of just leveling, you know, in technically Phase 1 content still at the moment. And I think, yeah, maybe if I had that add-on, I might have enjoyed it a little bit more. You know, as in, so I could just switch off. But yeah, I got bored incredibly fast. And I'm not saying that, you know, hating on Season of Discovery. I was just like, honestly, I would rather go out and quest. You know, but I'm like that anyway.
It's super boring to do the incursions. And if you're like actually reading the incursions yourself, opening them up and being like, which ones did I get? Which was what was going on like week 1. That like just takes a lot of time, whereas you see other people that are just like, all right, we have them all, run, and you just follow a giant death ball of people who all do the same thing. Everyone tags the elite one time, like the boss once, and then you all start running past it. Nobody even fights it, and then because then you'll just fall behind of the death ball, and then it's interesting.
It's riveting content, isn't it? I mean, honestly, they've outdid themselves. Absolutely riveting content.
Like I was saying earlier, the devs really have this like huge uphill battle of like coming up with cool things, but making sure that like we can't suck the fun out of it by min-maxing it, and like because that's just what people do. And like I will make a video about something, like I usually make videos about min-maxing, right? I'll make a video about something like once it's like popularized. There's been a lot of things like people were farming Crusader orbs, and like I talked about it on stream like a week and a half before there was a video. No, it was like a week before any videos came out about it. But then once videos came out about it, a lot of people went out there and farmed Crusader orbs, which you could only get off of one level 60 elite mob that has 3 or 4 guards with it and has a respawn timer, and also it was a 2% drop chance off that mob. It's the only mob in the whole game. So, and if you kill all of the elites, like all of its patrol ads, then it respawns in 3 minutes. But if you let the patrol ads pat and you only kill the boss, it takes 43 minutes for it to respawn. And
is it in half?
You have a 2% drop chance.
I genuinely don't. I don't know where it actually is.
It's the Scarlet Courier that walks from Stratholme to Hearthglen and then restarts its patrol. So like it's 2% drop chance. They removed that. Blizzard removed the Crusader orbs, but like that was literally like I knew about it, but I was like, this is like a really unfun thing. And like tryhards are gonna do it, obviously. But like the second this gets popularized too, then everybody just comes here and like tries to farm these for gold, and you're selling Crusader orbs for like 3,000 gold. Literally, they were up for like 6,000 gold on the Alliance or on Crusader Strike NA, and it's just like, oh man, that's just.
Can you get the Crusader enchant? And obviously, I know where it drops from the tower, but you can actually get that. You can actually get the recipe now. Okay.
I think you can still get that now too. They stopped Crusader orbs from being able to drop, but I'm pretty sure you can still get the recipe.
So what actually has happened for anyone who's like farmed Crusader and put it on their weapon? Did they lose the enchant?
It's still there, but your logs get invalidated because now that it's banned by WoW, Warcraft logs had to go and invalidate the logs of anyone who used it, which means anyone who spent like 8,000 gold getting this enchant is so screwed. I'm sorry for laughing. It just feels bad, but like if you bought that enchant for 8,000 gold, you probably bought gold. So,
but don't you think by that point, like this? So this is like one place where, you know, I'm all for hot fixes. Yeah, you know, fix degenerate shit and all of that. Like whatever, do what you want. But you know, once it's already there, it's one mob that drops it. I mean, once it starts getting out and everyone starts doing it, it's going to create more world PvP, trying to get that mob, create more content, more world PvP content outside of incursions. I mean, was it really worth removing?
Well,
I don't know.
Only really tryhards really needed it, but the way people play WoW, you can see something and it'll be like a 3 DPS increase, but you're like, I saw that on my base list, I will do anything to get that, right? Even if it's like you're not playing optimally anyways, so like that extra 2 DPS isn't even giving you an exact 2 DPS that's off of like a perfect simulation and perfect play. So like Crusader is a lot larger than that for warriors. That 2 DPS is definitely a downplay. But like that's like Blade of Eternal Darkness for all of the people farming it. Like it's like not really gonna help unless you're like selling boosts or you're soloing things or you're a speedrunner. But it just kind of feels like the community feels forced to do it because the community, I don't know, has this need to be full BIS, right? So I understand removing it because it's stopping people from wasting a crazy amount of their own time doing something that's super unfun. So I understand it. I also think it would have been cool if Warcraft logs had just like invalidated it from the logs by themselves, and then it would have been cool because like only speedrunners or only race to world first players would have farmed it. Like only race to world first players would have farmed it because you could still use it in race to world first. You can literally just run through in world first race, and it's still gonna be your best enchant in race to world first. So like my guild will get use out of it. There's like 10 guilds that are like competing for race to world first. Maybe there's like hundreds of guilds trying to get world first. There's like 4 guilds that are competitive potentially for world first race, right? So like it's not like a ton of people would have been out there farming it potentially, but maybe they would have. I don't know. I'm okay with them removing it personally because I didn't want to farm it. But that's out of pure laziness.
I think my sort of more not issue. It's just like, well, if you're going to remove the chance of it, you know, being able to actually get it at all, then as much as it would suck for the people that have got it, it should just be removed because. Like, even though, yes, it's been removed from, like, oh, well, it invalidates your logs. I mean, that who gives a shit? Like, you can still use it. You know, so like, if you're not bothered about logs, you can still clear. You know, you'll be able to do more damage in game, and surely it's going to be extremely fucking strong in open world, in BGs, in where it don't matter. So like, does that not then mean the people that did get it, they're now like, and I'm not going to say ridiculously overpowered, but 100 strength and a self heal is pretty fucking substantial as a proc.
Especially at level 50.
Yeah, exactly. So then does it not mean that those people are actually now even more fucking overpowered in PvP? I'm like, I just think if you're going to remove something, remove it. Like, remove it completely. Not just like, oh, no, you can't get this anymore. Yeah, like Lee said in chat, exploit early, exploit often. It's like...
usually, yes, unless it's like obvious, like if it's like that is like an exploit of like the game systems. They're like I was mentioning earlier about like the Warlock exploit, like that was like the Warlock exploit. I'll end up sending you like a clip of what it is. But like that exploit is like very obviously literally exploiting the game, and like that, like those types of exploits don't do because you'll get banned. But if it's something like for some reason this is giving us way more gold or more honor than it's anticipated, right? That always exploit early and often. I remember the first time I really pushed that saying was in the pre-patch for TBC. You could get like 75k honor. You could get honor capped in like a couple hours in AV. They had overtuned it by so much. And I made a video and I was like, please do this, everybody. You're gonna need to do this. It's gonna be so good. Do this. And then I remember my comments on that video were just like, this is so dumb. They meant to do this. Why are you telling people to exploit this early? Like, it's so obvious that they meant to leave this in the game.
And then it was changed.
It was gone.
I actually remember what you're talking about.
Yeah, I had honor cap on 7 characters. I had like bought full tier 4 or rank 14 gear. I was like, I was on like 4 different accounts at one time. I was like, I'm just here in AV, guys. I'm telling you, you should be doing this, but I'm just saying it. I don't think they meant to make you get this much honor. And then everyone was like, no, they totally meant it. I was like, no, that sort of thing is like for sure exploit early and often. The gold from incursions, that like day 1, the gold from incursions was like way too high. That was way too high. Exploit early and often there. But if something is like a busted thing, don't. If it's like obviously like a game breaking, like that's like not what they meant. They didn't accidentally put that in, but you found a way around the things they all did. That's not necessarily the best exploit.
Well, I like what Matty said. He said just disable it until 51. Like, I think that would be perfect. Yeah. So if you've got Crusader, it just doesn't proc. It won't proc until level 51. Like that. Well, that would need to be changed because I love getting Crusader on low level characters and shit like that. When we're actually leveling alts. when level 60 content's
Yeah.
out. But for now, disabling it until phase 4 launches. That's what I would do. Again, not that it's going to affect me or I'm bothered, but it is more around PvP than PvE. Where if it causes an unfair advantage that nobody else can even try to get now, I don't know. When most of the game is PvP at the moment, I don't know.
I guess people's argument against would just be that like you have weapon chain instead, right? Like if you have an enchant on your weapon, it's like, well, then I'm going to disarm you because, okay. But yeah, I do agree because also you don't see people using disarm often. I'm going to be brutally honest. In phase 2, when everybody was complaining about melee hunter deleting warriors, I didn't even realize that warriors had disarm. They had it since level 18. It was like if you did that, the melee hunter couldn't do anything to you. 99% of the melee hunters you were charging in on actually weren't doing anything, right? So like, I mean, you just disarm.
Yeah. Imagine using your abilities. Fucking hell. What sort of world is it?
Speaking of abilities, Scotty, amazing segue into the rest of the class changes. I don't know if we really even need to dive into
nothing there that sticks out for me personally.
Priest healers had a couple changes with their Eye of the Void and their proc from Surge of Light. Martyrdom now works to prevent pushback on Void Zone casts. Rogue, maybe this one is a little bit important. Sarth, focus attacks now generate 3 additional energy. And
one extra energy.
Well, actually, you think that, but it's 50% better. It actually does make it BIS if you have above 35% crit. Theoretical best if you have over 35% crit, which is in like full best in slot this phase and full world buffs. So it actually came out to be like a inconsequential change, but it looks like it's like nothing, right? It's like from 2 energy to 3, but it looks like it's nothing, but it actually is okay. It's actually a pretty okay one. That's like the other change that I think is like a pretty cool one.
What would you be losing in its place though?
It's combat potency, which means
your
every one of your offhand strikes has a chance to give you extra energy, and the other one is if other people in your party crit, you get a combo point.
Honor amongst thieves.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'd still take combat potency over focused attacks. I'd say 90% of the time. Maybe, if you was to sim it and it's in full BIS, it's better, but I mean, combat potency is fucking sick.
Plus, if you have like a fast weapon, combat potency is just easy and just so solid. And if you have a really good group, like everybody's critting all the time, so every 1 second you're getting an extra combo point. So yeah, those other ones. It wasn't like a huge one. It was definitely not a big change. More for like min-maxers in niche situations, I would say.
Cool.
Shaman got a tiny change. The internal cooldown of overcharge has been increased to 3 seconds. Cool.
That's a big one. That one. It was 1 second. Every 1 second, you have an AOE that hits for every target for like 250 or something. So now it's every 3 seconds at least. Shaman tanks were just. That was like crazy. Compared with that, combined with Sandstorm, it was like you could do 3,000 DPS on pre-nerf Aranicus just having those 2 things.
Last I looked at the DPS rankings, which we'll get into after we finish with these, but I thought Shaman tank was on the absolute bottom of the tanks. Maybe that's after this change went live.
And that's probably single target you're looking at. It's going to be for AoE buffs, isn't it?
Yeah, that was really, really solid for their AoE tanking, and that was like really where Shaman tank shined above like everyone else at like a significant level, even above Paladins, which has now been like toned down quite significantly. Paladins are pretty solid now for AoE tanking, for sure.
Warlock got a couple buffs. Life tap now grants mana return to Warlock pets. Unstable afflictions damage has been increased by roughly 120%.
Is that all?
And then. Huh?
Yeah.
Is that 120%? Is that all? Yeah.
Their dots, because they need more dot damage. And because UA can crit as well. So it's also giving extra crit damage.
And when you dispel it, it hits for like a ton of damage. And that can crit also. I'm pretty sure it can one-shot you now if you dispel it.
Oh, wow. That's awesome, though.
So watch out for if you have that buff or debuff on you in like STD or something, and if your priest dispels it, you might just get clapped.
I like the victory rush change for warriors, to be fair.
Yeah, warrior self heals always feel just too overpowered for me. Anytime I'm facing them as a mage, as a boomy, usually mage has no problems with warriors, but with the mobility that warrior has right now, adding a heal to them, I know they have to kill something first, right? Like victory rush. Yeah, when you
It might even be like killing blow.
No, it's just honor.
That's just
something that gives something that gives XP or honor. I mean, it's more for solo. Maybe it literally requires you to be the last one that hit. But it should just be when you actually kill something. But yeah, I suppose when you kill something, killing
it's
blow.
Really nice for leveling.
Shit. Yeah, it's more leveling. Like it's not something that you would like use in raids.
Cooldown.
But what it struck me as is the whoever was like looking at warrior changes had been actually doing something on the beta, the Cataclysm beta, and was like, do you know what? Victory Rush is really weak on Season Discovery, but it's really good on Kata.
It's busted on Kata.
Let's make it the same. I mean, well, it's nearly the same. It's 20% on Kata, 30% now on Sod, but I love Victory Rush. Like leveling a warrior and having Victory Rush is just honestly one of the most fun things for me personally.
Yeah, warriors were topping themselves on the beta, and it was pissing me off. I finally had some like world PvP on the beta, and I was like, oh yeah, it's a fucking warrior. This is easy mode. And then the warrior would just have to pull an NPC mob, like a random mob, and kill that, full heal, and then switch back to me. And I'm like, wait, how the fuck did this dude this?
You're like, never mind.
Yeah. I wasted like 45 minutes trying to kill this warrior because I just couldn't give up. I was like, no, I'm going to get him this time. And then he was just boop, full heal.
Yeah,
like,
but it is
like
broken.
A rat, full heal. Like
it's broken on the beta. It's doing like 60. Yeah. Well, it was doing like 60% or some shit on the beta. Like, yeah, that's obviously not right.
So seeing this, I'm like, oh no, warriors are going to just be healing in Sod now too.
I actually think what was going on.
Hopefully.
When I actually think about it, I think what was probably going on in the beta is that the field dressing talent was probably not working properly. You know, if I really think about it, where field dressing increases your self-healing abilities by 20%, I reckon it was actually increasing it by 20% instead of like 20%, you know, like 20% of like say 20, you know, it's a 20% heal, 20% of it's going to be an extra like, well, what, 4%. You know, it's not like 20% extra on top of the 20%, if you know what I mean. So it was it was probably doing that the same way like in Rage Regeneration does 30%, but with it talented, it does 36. You know, it doesn't then do 50%.
Yeah, it totally could be that on the beta. Is that fixed now?
I don't actually know, to be fair. I've not done anything on a warrior. I've not seen anyone say anything about it, so.
Too busy with prep, I see you.
Yeah, and obviously, like my mage is like pretty much full pre-raid bis on the beta, ready for the raids to actually open. Even though they'll just do template characters, I wanted to make sure that I just get all the gear that I actually want ready for when the raids do eventually get tested, which needs to be pretty bloody soon.
Yeah, that actually does.
I mean, they need to fix the 5-man heroics first, but yeah, whatever.
I've seen this kind of addressed on Twitter, but there was some pushback on Blizzard saying that there was going to be extra loot dropping from Sunken Temple, and then people are trying to do the math. They're like, well, Nomor was dropping this amount of loot per boss, the raid size is doubling, the lockout is increasing, so it should be dropping X amount of loot. Have you thought that the loot drops is a fair amount for Sunken Temple?
I feel like you get like full 3 set for like 4 or 5 players each raid, which feels like pretty crazy, right? Like the token drops rate is insane. So like it feels like it doesn't feel like classic WoW where it was like a struggle to get your tier. Like it feels like boom, you got tier. Boom, you got tier. Boom, that guy got tier this week. You didn't get any. All right, well next week, boom, you got tier. So it definitely feels like they have adjusted the loot drops, I would say, but I haven't really paid attention. Loot isn't like, the loot's not definitely not something that's like a defining factor of like why I raid at all. It doesn't like bring me joy to have better gear or more loot. It's only like if I have like a certain item that's like insanely good, it's like for the purpose of now I can push maybe something specific for like a speed thing or something. But yeah, so I don't know actually.
Is your guild doing splits right now? And was it doing splits in phase 2 even in Nomer, or did the split thing start happening in Thunder Temple?
So I'm playing with 2 guilds right now, Fake Fresh for speed runs, and Noda is will be doing things at level 60, but is only focused on Race World First, but not focused at all on speed runs. For Noda, I won't say, but for Fake Fresh, yeah, we're doing, I think we have 5 or 6 splits a week right now already. And in Nomer, we were doing like 12 a reset.
Damn.
Just to give speedrun characters all the loot they need, and then it was to give speedrun alts or clones, because everyone has a clone in a speedrunning guild, so it's like an alt of the exact same class that you speedrun on, so you can do a practice run first before the main run. Those need to get all of the gear, but the priority is speedrun characters, and then as the phase gets longer in, the priority is race characters, which come up later, and those need full gear. Like they have prio over everything for Race World First for the next phase. So splits are basically like always set up where you have an entire raid where like there's one person for the leather gear or something, or one person for the plate and so on and so forth, like one person for like all the best items. Yeah, so all top guilds will have like quite a lot of splits probably. Parsing guilds aren't really doing that though right now. Like they're just running like one main raid and they're focusing on that. But like splits are like right now, like the damage I'll see in like my raids. Like today I was like #1 DPS on a lot of fights. Like that's not what's gonna happen, because we'll have like Chad warriors and full bis that'll do like 3,000 DPS on certain fights, where I'm just like here at my like 1.8 thousand DPS, you know? But like today, when people saw that, they were like, holy crap, Melee Hunter is insane. And I'm like, yeah, but like, it's not near where like the damage in this raid easily could be.
Do you think people will be as prepped with gear if, say, phase 3 is only 8, even 10 weeks long, compared to Nomer was 8 weeks long, but it was a 3-day lockout?
Oh, that's an interesting question. Yeah, can you elaborate on that as well, Saf? How long do you actually think this phase will last?
I think this phase will be just as long as last phase. You'll have less lockouts. I think it'll be exactly as long, but I think you'll have a lot less lockouts because of the weekly one. So, but I think like lengthwise, I think we'll have like around the same. I think we'll have like a 10 week phase. We're in week 2. I think 10 weeks feels, you know, and then everyone gets like antsy usually, and they're like, I want something new. So like I think 10 weeks.
Is that not gonna? So what is it? Is it week 3 now?
2. Tomorrow's 2 weeks since launch.
Is that it? I thought phase 3 had been out for like a month or something. Right, 2, 3.
So like 2 more months after.
I
2
mean,
months from tomorrow.
Yeah,
that's really quite. That 10 weeks could be quite shortly after Kata launches. Very shortly.
Maybe they wait a little bit because they're trying not to like cannibalize themselves like they've done before, very much so. And like Nax was like a day before Dragonflight or something like that back in the day, or like Shadowlands. I remember it being like, what the heck? So they're gonna try not to cannibalize themselves. I would wager there will be more time this time.
Yeah, my guess would, I mean, it probably might not be a particularly popular guess, but I think it could be 12, 14 weeks, like as long as 14 weeks. Yeah, due to the fact that you can only, it's a weekly reset. There is, like you were saying earlier, Saf, tons of sort of grindy content that, it's fine for us that can sit and stream for 10 hours and sit and play the game, but for other people that, might take longer. I could see it being quite a long phase, and I think mainly to make sure it don't clash too much with Kata. But then again, I don't know. I genuinely don't know if they give a shit, because I think it's too. There's a lot of people that play, are both going to play Kata and Season of Discovery. But from what I see, it is actually there's quite a split in the community. There's like a lot of people that are like fuck sod shit, and they're currently playing Wrath, and then there's a lot of people that are playing sod and saying Wrath's dead, Cata's dead on arrival, and all that shit. It's like it does seem like two quite separate player bases, but then with maybe a small percentage of crossover. That's what I'm seeing.
I agree. I definitely agree. Yeah, I think I don't know. I think it could be a long phase, but I like both, and I like I'm hopeful that I can just kind of semi raid log in Kata and play SOD. I'm loving it a lot, and it feels very much like classic WoW with like it feels like classic plus, like it really does. So I do like both.
Yeah, and I'll be doing what you're doing, but the opposite. I'll be raid logging on season discovery, focusing on Kata. But that's great. It's great that we're both going to be doing. We're both going to be primarily playing the game we enjoy, but still getting to enjoy the other version as well. It's like I think that's really good, and I say it all the time. I think the offering that we've got for our subscription at the moment is crazy. Like it is with Plunderstorm, the WoW remix. War Within is now in alpha. You would have thought that's it's going to be at some point this year. I'm sure there is actually a roadmap. I don't really pay much attention to the retail roadmap, but I'm guessing it's going to be late summer by the time that launches or something like that. There is just tons to do, and I'll be honest with you, hats off to anyone who enjoys it all. Anyone who really gets full value out of their sub and enjoys playing all of the game versions. I think you're winning.
Yeah, looking at the roadmap, I think War Within is showing late summer, early fall.
Yeah. It sounds about right based on. I mean, because like even as an alpha, it's fair. When I say fairly polished, there's missing cinematics and stuff, but it's still like in a decent state for an alpha. I was quite impressed, and I got to be honest. Like I don't want to go off too much on a tangent, but I got to mention it. I have spent a decent amount of time. I was very lucky. To be on the internal alpha, so obviously I got a few days on it before like invites went out and you got it on your Battle.net account and all that shit. And I was really shocked as someone, the only character I play on retail since Mr. Pandaria has been a monk. Since Mop, all I play is
really?
monk.
Yeah.
I love monk, like literally absolutely adore it. And the fact that I went on War Within, my monk really hasn't changed that much since the last time I played it in BFA. As in it's so similar. Like, but there was like one, maybe two new abilities. The rest of it I just jumped straight back in and was like, fucking awesome. I literally didn't even feel like I took a break. All my key bindings, how the class played, everything was like almost identical. So I mean, I enjoyed it. The delve's great. I didn't actually get to do the first dungeon because there just weren't really anyone around to actually do dungeons with. Because there weren't that many people on.
No one else had the private alpha.
Yeah, there weren't. When I done a /who when I was in the first zone, which was like Isle of Dawn or something like that it was called. There was like 11, I think, was the most that I saw. And there weren't even. I saw Platinum WoW, but outside of him, there weren't any names that I even recognised to go, should we make a dungeon group? But yeah, it was quite enjoyable. So I think anyone who enjoys retail, if you enjoy Dragonfly, I think like War Within will be your jam as well. I didn't, as I say, I know it's a sod podcast, but I just mean in general, there is just so much shit coming down the line that you can, you're gonna have a good time.
Yeah, let's get into the DPS rankings for Sunken Temple.
All right.
So Wowhead puts out a weekly article, and if you don't open up the article and you just see like the chart, you can kind of see like what classes are on top, what classes are on bottom, but that's just one snapshot of one way to look at the data. So I'd love it if we could go like boss by boss over the range of last week, percentile wise. It doesn't really, Scotty, if you want to pick what percentage, all percentiles, 95th, 99.
You guys choose. I literally don't care. You use whatever you want to look at. I'll put on screen.
Yeah. the first 2 or 3 lockouts, I tend to like to show people like 99 and like near the top, and then go towards like 95 is like, but like this is a good thing because it shows like what's at the very top, but also where the average player is, right? Like, so you can see that like for average, Melee Hunter and Rogue, which are 2 of the easiest classes of all time, those are at the top. They're like, the rotations for both of those are very simple and they're very good. They're very solid. But Warrior, if you can barely, it's right out of the screen on Scotty's thing. At the very top, the highest dot should be Warrior. Warrior is the best class. And if you look at any of the bosses outside of potentially the boss that is like a little council where it's like very low timing, the best class is going to be Warrior by far, but that also takes a lot more skill. And like the craziest parses for Warrior will always rely on like Death Wish timing, as well as having Recklessness, like the craziest one.
Should we look at just the past week, since there was some like changes and stuff, and that would cover the first lockout with like the health pools and stuff like that? Or is 2 weeks fine?
Well, at the moment, I'm just on Warcraft logs. I've not actually used I've not used the Wowhead post or anything. So
yeah. If you click on instead of where it says over range of 2 weeks, go to over range of last week, and it'll be more reliable for sure. But yeah, so this is actually a really good showing of like where the classes are. Let me make sure that I did. Yep. 27. This is a really good showing of where all of the classes are, and for your average group, right? Like for most groups that most people play, you will all see like Melee Hunter and Rogue at the top, and then it's going to be Enhanced Shaman, and then maybe even not Warrior yet because of like the skill that Warrior takes. It does take more skill to play, and you need like a good group. And then it's funny that you see like Frost Mage and stuff here. Mage is like kind of down bad. Ranged Hunter, very solid. And it's just all melee right now. And then it's casters. You even see at the highest level, you see how DPS Paladin and Feral Druid, actually the dot of those is higher than any of the casters' highest dots, because those are also stronger than any of the casters. You just need a good group and like skilled gameplay. Kind of, and Paladin, but like, you know, so like melee are definitely the strongest this phase. It is a phase of melee, absolutely.
All right, Scotty, do you want to go to the different bosses and go through those and see if there's like which specs are shining like per boss?
Oh, it's gonna be funny. It's gonna be all Warrior. Watch, except for, I'm gonna say it right now, except for the one fight, which is the fight that's not good for Warriors, is like the trolls that you only fight for like 20 or 12 seconds at a time. Yeah. Are
we still looking at all percentiles, or like to get an average of everything? Sure. Yeah. Okay, all right. Yeah. Well, we're on Atto Alarian, or whatever the fuck its name is. What,
Rogue is on top.
Rogue, the melee hunter, but you can see that again. The dot, like the warrior, is like
a Lundo.
Miles
just
ahead.
The Lundo.
Yeah, but look at Warrior, right? Yeah, exactly. The Warrior DPS on that fight, if you go to like not even over the range, the Warrior on that fight is at like 3.2 thousand damage, like 3,200 DPS. Whereas like everyone else is sitting at like, if you saw like a normal raid and you saw someone doing like 1.8k, you'd be like, oh my god, that's crazy.
Yeah, anything over 1k, I'm like, oh yeah, that guy's pumping.
Exactly, but like it really is. It's Warriors super high up here, but the stratification is insane. It always is. Seeing like how high Warrior is versus like where average Warrior is. So like on average on this fight again, you're seeing Rogue and Hunter do the best, like you usually will, and Warrior slightly doing better on average than what you'll see from a Enhanced Shaman, which is again like a similar situation. Enhanced Shamans are also really good, but Enhanced Shaman also has like kind of like also more skill dependent than Rogue and Melee Hunter here. But yeah, this fight absolutely Warrior dominates. Casters feel bad.
Well, the difference between looking at the average percentile and then going to 99, paints a clear picture of warriors dominating on that fight. Because again, when you're looking at all percentiles, there's going to be pugs in there that are wiping constantly on bosses, no world buffs, no nothing. And then when you go to the 99th percentile, you're guessing you're now those sort of people you're looking at least like organized raids, where people are, surrounded by people pushing hard as well. I always look at 95 plus. I'll be honest with you. I rarely ever look at all percentile because I think it paints a very skewed picture. Because what I always say, Saf, is what are you gunning for? Like most people when they go in a raid, they get excited when they get a 99. It's like, you get really excited if you get 100, obviously, but it's like, I got 2 99s that raid. That's what you hear people say.
Yeah.
So then surely it's fair to then look at the 99s to see what you need to achieve to be able to get a 99 on that boss.
Yep. It's always like basing it in your own like expectations, right? It's like, what is doing well for you? And doing well for you could easily be getting the 95s, and the 95s will be a lot more balanced. 95s where you'll see probably Melee Hunter doing really well. Again, Melee Hunter and Rogue right up there, and then like Warrior and Shaman are like touching them right below, which is the weird way of saying it, but they love to diddle each other. So but 95th at the 99th percentile, it's always going to be like, if you're min-maxing, Warrior's the best. But if you're not min-maxing, Melee Hunter and Rogue are in your average group. Melee Hunter and Rogue are going to look like they're overpowered for your average player, right? For most people, those classes are going to look overpowered because they don't need as much support from the other classes. They don't need as much skill, they don't need to be like the best players in the world, and they will always do well. So for most people, those are the classes that are going to be the best. This phase is going to be Rogue and Melee Hunter, and then for the highest end players, it's going to be Warrior for sure, right?
So the thing is, again, another point, sorry, Go, just briefly, when we look at all percentiles on this particular boss, obviously I know Go plays multiple balance druids, so this is why I don't think it's good to look at, because obviously Go alone will be bringing that percentage down massively. And you got all the good boomies that are pumping, and then you've obviously got Go really dragging this shit down because he played so many boomies. So it's just unreliable.
See, I haven't got in there yet, so you don't even see my lowest end dot that would show up if I did step foot in there.
Lowest end dot,
it'd be below the arcane mage bottom end.
All right. Well,
I think they try to.
I think
they try to on Warcraft logs. They try to remove the ridiculous outliers from the bottom end, because that's usually just people dead, right?
Oh, that's none of Go's logs will be on there then. That's fine. All Go's logs have been removed from Warcraft log.
But
he invalidates his own logs by being so bad.
But before we move on to the next boss, Sarth, can you explain to me why the top caster DPS is Frost Mage, when I think we can agree that that's the PvP spec, and that was the bottom caster spec in phase 2?
It'll be probably because of mana, more than anything, mana efficiency.
This fight's 30 seconds long.
Yeah, I mean,
Mage has mana.
I've not done anything on my mage, but yeah, when I started seeing Frost Mage high up, I just assumed it was because of the length of the fights. But
yeah, I think I'm not I don't actually. I think mages just press Frostfire Bolt. They literally just sit there and AFK and bind that to scroll wheel. They do. They unironically can bind Frostfire Bolt to your scroll wheel, and then just oh, I did it. That's all my damage. Good job, me.
It's funny.
Go to sleep. So.
That was what I tried doing in phase 2. I really thought Frost was going to pick up in phase 2, and I got through 3 bosses in Gnomeregan and was like, guys, you're gonna have to go outside and summon me. I need to go and respec back to fire, because I tried exactly that, going where I could pick up Ignite and go deep Frost, and literally just Frost Firebolt. With instant Frost Firebolts going off from Brain Freeze, obviously getting the crit damage from Shatter with Fingers of Frost, and it just didn't work in phase 2. So it's nice to see that it is at least working in phase 3.
Yeah, but I'm not sure 100% why they are that way. like I think you still get ignite procs from being like fire frost. It's just mage is in a okay spot where like even if you're playing frost firebolt and like pumping that, you're also still not like getting a lot of damage out. You're still not doing a crazy amount of damage.
Yeah. Do you want to move on to the next boss? Go.
Yeah, this one is from what we saw in Hammer's raid, melee has to stand in front of this boss as it's kiting around, so there's no shot that melee's on top. Wait, melee hunter, rogue, DPS, enhanced shaman.
Yeah, that's another one. Autalarion will have like a huger skew of warriors being really, really high because there's a lot of uptime of their cooldowns. It's a super short fight, so like Death Wish is literally up the entire fight. Diamond Flask is up the entire fight. Recklessness is up 80% of the fight, but this fight is a longer one, so it evens out a lot closer. And warriors, a lot of times right now, like Warrior will be number one on this fight when we see Alondo go in and do it again. But it's just there's a lot of like downtime with melee. It's like if you get a lot of pools near you, you need to like run away, or you're using pre-popping your nature protection potion and then using another one. And then if you're gonna die, jump inside the boss so he sucks you up and hopefully you don't die, you know? So like this fight, Melee Hunter looks a lot better than and a lot closer to Warrior than it does on other fights. And so this is again though it's a similar situation, whereas the classes are all kind of the same. Like yeah, you see it now at like max range. It's just it's just at the top. The difference between an average 99 and a 100 or like close to 199s for Warriors also is like a huge gap, which is funny. So yeah, at the top, we'll see Warriors, but like most groups will probably see this be a lot closer between like Hunters, Warriors, and Rogues, whereas Shamans are still like close there, but a little bit behind there, probably for most groups. But the next fight, or yeah, I think the third fight is the Council. That's where like it'll be like Shaman, Rogue, Hunter, and then Warrior is like below, and like Feral Druids also do pretty well because it's like a very fast damage fight. But again, it's all the same thing. This entire phase is going to look pretty much like this, where it's going to be Warrior, Melee Hunter, Rogue, Enhanced Shaman, Feral Druid kind of close there, and then DPS Paladin, and then all of the casters and like Ranged Hunter having a good time.
So what I'm seeing at the moment, and Go, as much as you know I love to take the piss out of you and it's all love, this is the first time I've really sat here and looked through the logs, so this is nice. It's an eye-opener to me as well. But why even take a Balance Druid or a Shadow Priest or an Ellie Shaman?
It really is a fair question.
All right, Homunculi, but you like, so maybe a Shadow Priest sort of get their spot. But I'm just looking, and the caster, the hybrid caster DPS seem to be really paying that imaginary hybrid tax in this phase.
I think I'm pretty sure Agron responded to like a Discord message with like Paladins about it. So like in the Paladin Discord, that the hybrid classes are struggling right now. And we mentioned it earlier, it's hard to tune them, like buffing them, because they're so good in PvP. Like DPS Priest, like Shadow Priest, like literally again is just so ungodly good in PvP. So if you buff it, how do you balance that? Which is a weird thing, because not everybody plays PvP and not everybody plays PvE. And like, if something's broken in PvP, you see more people complain on like the forums and stuff, but like it's unfair kind of, or feels like it, to the players that just want to do well in the raid. But Shadow Priest, I did a tier list recently and I put Shadow Priest actually as like the number one, because per player, the utility from a Shadow Priest is like the most out of anything you get in the entire raid. Like you get Homunculus, you have their new Eye of Kilrog thing, you have Shadow Vulnerability, they're basically a third of a DPS and 3/4 of a DPS, so like 75% of the damage of someone, but also 75% of an entire healer at the same time, which equates to 1.5 players and all of the debuffs. So a Shadow Priest itself is incredibly powerful. DPS Warlocks, probably should play tank if you're like really going for it. It's unfortunate, but like Curse of Wreck and go tank. Mages do a ton of AoE, so they're really good for dealing with the trash in the raid. But right now, it just feels like it's just the way that the caster meta happened last phase was literally because bosses had 56% armor reduction from bosses just having more armor than Ragnaros at level 40, right?
Look,
so, like,
I know we're
that anymore.
I know we're only on boss 2, so I don't want to. Again, I seriously 100% have not looked for all these. But like we're at boss 2, and I would say mages, no problem. All right, yeah, they're not near the top, but you know, like I think they're fine. I think anywhere down, I'd even say down to what I've seen from warlocks so far is fine. Let me go back to the first boss again. I would say, yeah, in terms of casters, mages seem all right. It does seem to then take quite a drastic drop off when you get to a warlock and below. I suppose it's those classes below that. I mean, arcane mage, you would like to think the majority of those are actually healers. I mean, if they are actually DPSing as arcane and that's all they're doing, I would be worried. But yeah, it looks like a funny old phase so far. But I mean, this is going to change massively over the next few weeks when people start actually getting like full bisc gear, like we saw with Gnomeregan. No, if you started looking at the logs after week, you know, in week 2 of Gnomeregan, it looked completely fucking different to what it looked like in the last week.
That's why I have a tendency, right, to like look at like the top for me, and like when I'm trying to describe things to people, I'm like, this is where your class's potential is, and this is where like the 99s will be. Like where the 100s are right now is where 99s will be for a lot of people. But starting really next week, even currently, like right now for some warriors, like they're literally getting battle shout buff for like every boss, and that buff is insane. 400 attack power for 15 minutes, which is literally you only get it by someone by being near the NPC that turns in the quest to give you Diamond Flask, and he does like an AoE battle shout. So like people literally will park their characters there for someone to give that buff, instantly get summoned to the raid, then get summoned to the boss, then fight it. So it's cheesy, but it's going down. So like now is already starting to kind of get like where the classes will be, and towards the 99% to like things will be like kind of like near here. It's actually like this is actually a pretty good look of like where classes will be, although warrior probably won't be like that far ahead of melee hunter and rogue because of on overall within the raid there's some fights that aren't great for warrior, like the third fight we'll see in a second, and also like warriors can be very dependent on like some long CDs to do insane damage, but you could just have good RNG and also still do that insane damage. Like this fight, the first fight, warriors are already doing 3.2k. On like the fifth fight, warriors are unironically gonna do 5,000 DPS next week.
I mean, on the first boss, I'm seeing 4k nearly, just under 4k from a warrior on the first boss.
Yeah. Yep. So there's like,
which is mental. That is fucking disgusting.
They're having a good time, you know.
Oh, when you got one warrior doing like 4 times, well, say 3 times the amount of damage that like your average person is doing as, let's say, an enhancement shaman or you know, whatever. You know, when they're literally like 3 or 4 people's worth of DPS as one person. But you know, that's the thing with Warcraft logs. It's all, you really need to dig into the detail. You can't like take it at face value. You need to then go in and understand exactly what's happening. Like, how is that possible? What have they done to enable that to happen? The same way in Wrath at the moment. You know, like if you've started playing Wrath, let's say 3 weeks ago, you will not achieve a 99 on anything. Like, full stop. You will not get one. Because yeah, you need to be running with like 18 mages and shit and killing bosses with no phases going on and stuff. So, but anyway, all right, let's move on to defenders because then I need to go and get some more tonic. But I agree with you, Sarth, as in I always, I done a video ages ago, like it would have been maybe SOD phase 1, and like the comments was like, why are you looking at 99th percentile? Like not everyone plays at the 99th percentile, and it's like, yeah, they don't, but I'm looking at 99th percentile because that's surely what you want to try and get in a raid. You know, you want to hit 99s, you know, like hundreds. Okay, maybe you do need In SOD, like in RAF, you need an entire guild to, make that happen. But in SOD, you just need a guild full of people who can play and play their class well, and you absolutely can get 99s. So it's like an achievable target, which I think then paints a picture, because when you're looking at 99 plus, you're looking at people that can play their class and play it with people that can. That's what I don't like, looking at all percentiles, getting an average of it all, because it's just so fucking skewed. It's ridiculous.
It really is, and it like the average shouldn't be like what you aim for, because like that's like a 72 parse, right? And it's like not really going for it. And by definition, someone's going to be like, by definition, average is 50, but like, no, it's not, because there's all of the people that die and get a 0 parse, right? So the average is really around like a 70, which is like not really putting much effort in. You don't really need to do much. Like if you even just get world buffs and don't press your buttons, you probably could get a 70, unironically.
Yeah, go does.
Like,
yeah.
I tried to make a video towards the end of last phase talking about gatekeeping and was it getting too serious, and at the beginning of the video I really was going in the world way of like, it's getting too serious, guys, the raid's not that hard, you don't need to require people to have purple parses. And then because like my fresh hunter shaman who was missing 6 pieces of gear. Like I literally didn't have gear in my belt, my bracers, my rings, or my trinkets, was getting like 92s, right? On this new character. But I was like, but I was in a decent group. So like, let's look at it, right? And then I was looking at some people getting like 95 parses and like actually genuinely auto attacking the whole time. And I was like, well, I mean, he has buffs, and his raid decided to sunder armor, so that's all it took. So I guess maybe it is, and like getting a 70 parse really, really is a low barrier to entry. As long as you understand your rotation, like that's it. Just like, do you know what your rotation is? And a big thing that's hard to get across to people is it's so hard to get this across to people, but like the amount of power you and your raid gets from debuffs, like even like a warlock cat pressing Curse of Wreck instead of Curse of Agony is so insanely strong in classic WoW. And it's hard to get it through because it's like, that's not actually a DPS button you're pressing. Like that's not doing damage for you, but it is. It's hard to get that.
Yeah, because you're getting a shorter kill time. Everyone else is doing more damage. Your burst will mean a lot more because the boss is dying quicker, so your burst don't drop off as quick because shorter kill times. Yeah, I agree. The only one thing I will say, which is going to be really controversial, and on the basis I want to go and get some tonic, I feel like it's a good point for me to end on for a minute, is whilst, and I'm going to sound very contradictory at the same time as well, I really enjoy passing. Like I do. And like at this point in RAF, I've recently re-rolled mage. I've been playing a mage since playing a mage in Season of Discovery that I really enjoyed, and I was getting 99s, and like my mage, I was doing well both as healer and DPS, and it made me want to play a mage in RAF. But obviously, I'm up against people that have already got all their gear from Ruby Sanctum. They're like, everyone's full bit. Yeah. So obviously, it's extremely demoralizing at the same time when I'm like doing it, and it's like, so it makes me not want to try. But what I've seen a lot of in both SOD and RAF is the whole, link passes to get invited to a group and stuff. And that's kind of where, as much as I personally like passing and I like the competitiveness that it sort of drives within a raid, within, a community, everything, I do think that SOD is one place that it don't belong. And as I say, it's controversial.
The raids aren't hard.
But I'm going.
Okay, I agree. I think you can hear us with headphones. I agree. The raid's not hard. I don't think you need to like have some sort of gatekeeping or like link me your gear score or your parses or something. Like the raid is so incredibly easy. All of the raids in Classic are, and all of the raids in Wrath of the Lich King are incredibly easy. It doesn't really require much of anything. You could carry naked characters. You could carry you could have 10 characters be naked, fully naked in ICC, and you could clear ICC without really having an issue, as long as they understand where to stand for something or like how to do Blood Queen or something. So the gatekeeping that happens in the WoW community can be I don't know why people do it so much. You don't need to do it. I talk about min-maxing, but at the same time try to express to people that like, just like if you want to just improve at the game, like that's how I enjoy the game, is improving or also teaching people to improve. So like if you want to strive for something better, that's a great thing, and just do that. Learn your class, learn your rotation, and that's all it really takes. And then if you're willing to like take constructive criticism, you could come in and have never even entered the raid, and I will invite you in a split second and be like, I'll teach you the raid right now. That's it. Do you have your runes? Cool. Then that's all you need.
I've been looking at bulletin board in game right now, and I'm seeing such a range of requirements. And I must say, Scotty, there is one raid group looking for one DPS boomy right now. So suck it. I guess we do have some value according to that.
What do your passes need to be?
I don't know.
Yeah, but
this thing moves so fast.
Like, you know, I wasn't talking specific to Season of Discovery, even though it's just where I feel like it's not needed. You know, like it's just the whole, well, if you ain't got passes, how do you get invited? I've heard of so many people like quitting, not even just SOD, but RAF as well, where it's like, well, I can't get in raids. Like, I haven't got passes.
Yeah.
You know, I've just started on this server. Like, how the fuck am I meant to do anything? So whilst I think they're an amazing tool and I really enjoy them, and, you know, I use it even in raids that I'm not in. You know, I weren't meant to raid. I was not meant to raid because I benched myself last night in ICC 25. But then I was about to be called in at the last minute, but luckily someone else went instead of me because I didn't really want to go. I had editing to do. But, you know, the first thing I'd done this morning when I woke up was checked Warcraft logs, saw how the raid went, you know, had a quick look through. So, like, I love it as a tool, but I hate it as a way of saying whether you're a good player or not. Because my passes on my mage are shit. You know, my mage is only a few weeks old, you know, or, well, maybe at this point, 7. It could even be like 7 weeks. But, you know, I've not got full bis. I've not got phylactery. You know, I'm missing plenty of bits that really make an impact. Obviously, I'm lucky that I raid with a guild where that, like, is kind of irrelevant. But if someone looked at my logs, they'd be like, I'm not inviting this shitter. It me, like, so I know the boss is inside out. Like, I'm not gonna have a problem, trust me. So it's like even good players or knowledgeable players or people that know the fights can suffer from the whole. Obviously, yeah, you can link your mains logs, and you know, then it's a different story. But yeah, I don't know. It's just that, like, I just wish people would stop the whole. I'm not inviting you unless you're like, you know, I don't even know what they expect. Like, what, 80 plus to get invited to a raid?
I feel like that's so high right? It's like, this is such a high barrier. It's like, why do you want that? It also, like, some people can parse well and not do their mechanics. Like, I was even in that video, actually, because it was right after a raid I did with a 99 parsing boomkin that quite literally not one time pressed fairy fire, and I asked for it a lot of times, and I was like, I would rather have a naked boomkin in my raid that pressed fairy fire than invite the 99 parsing boomkin, unironically. That's like it's not always a perfect, like, it gives you a gist of like, oh, they can play their class, but it also actually kind of doesn't, because then you have to like look at it. So yeah, the gatekeeping in logs is crazy, but like, it's like a fast way, I guess, for people to see like, how do they do, I guess. I don't know. It's the same thing with Raider or IO in like Mythic Plus, where it's like, I do like that if you scroll over someone, you can see their mains IO, or like what their IO was last season or something, so that like it can give you like, oh, I mean, they do have pretty good. But the Zico series, though, my only qualm with that is I like that he was inviting anyone and like not checking logs, but during the raids he was kind of shitting on them a lot on stream, which, I mean, it's totally fair, right? But it like, on YouTube, it's like very like uplifting, but on stream, it's like he's also just like.
I've not actually seen that, so I don't know what you're talking about. But I do know what you're talking about with Raider IO, and I'd love that. You know, when you think about how advanced the Raider IO system is, so I love Raider.io. Like, I think it's awesome, and it would be really good to have that sort of system actually in gaming classic with Warcraft logs. You know, where you can see because you would like, you know, if I was to look at your freshly dinged ult and I looked and was like didn't know you was, and I was like, Surf X, what's it, like, he's old, what's that got? Oh shit, yeah, he's got straight 99s on there. Yeah, get him in. He knows the mechanics. Yeah, I wouldn't really care about the character you're asking for an invite on. I'd be like, he's got a character that's got, you know, straight 99s, hundreds, whatever. Like, let's not even go that high. Let's say 95. You know, you got straight like 95 plus.
Yeah.
It's like, cool. The guy knows the mechanics. I don't actually care that he's only got 4.9k gear score. It's better to have someone with 4.9k gear score that's not going to die versus someone with 6.5k gear score that knows none of the fucking mechanics because he's just like, you know, been carried or bought shit in GDKPs or whatever, you know. So it is like, again, I understand that logs play a big part, but I also, it can be very, very detrimental to the more casual player base, which I think outnumbers us massively. I say us because I take raids very seriously, even though I play on like 20 different versions of the game and go on every private server and all that. But, you know, I don't want to go and sit in raids and fucking wipe for hours. You know, that's not me. I don't speed run. Yeah. But at the same time, there's far more people that just log on the game and want to have fun and take it more casually than those that want to speed run and want, you know, to like min-max on every boss. So, yeah, gatekeeping the people that technically pay the bills for Blizzard is not a good thing in the long run.
Agreed completely. I think I just want people to have fun. It sucks too because like I love min-maxing, so I make videos about min-maxing, but I try to be like, but just do what you want. Like this is what's optimal, but like it's not necessary by any means. Which is why I've lately been talking a lot about like Blade of Eternal Darkness and everybody farming it and feeling like they're wasting their whole life. And I'm like, you kind of are, because it's going to give you like 6 DPS, maybe not even in the raid, but it will give you mana if you're going to be boosting people forever, or if you're going to be speedrunning, then yes, you should be farming it. But like most people farming it really don't need to. But there's this, like I was saying earlier, there's like this need in the community. If you see something on your BIS list, you're like, well, now I have to have that. And it's like, but it's not really, you know.
And if you say like, yeah, it's sick, like I don't genuinely know exactly how much DPS it is, but let's say it is 6 DPS. It's like, well, for the average person, you can just do your rotation better and actually get more DPS from doing that than going and farming an item. You know, the items are not like the be all and end all unless you're executing your class to perfection on every boss pool. Like those minor upgrades that take fucking hundreds of hours to go and farm are like fairly fucking pointless.
Yeah.
This is going to be a little bit of a tangent, but even maybe specking out of, or not specking, but dropping engineering and getting like enchanting as your profession might be a bigger DPS increase. What do you think about that, Sarth?
It unironically would be like then just doing this, respecking your professions would unironically be a bigger DPS increase for you. Now, I unfortunately am stuck being an engineer forever. Literally, speedrunners will never be able to be anything other than engineers. But like getting enchanting or even like alchemy or something, like you can increase your DPS just by re-rolling that. And that'll like be more of an impact to you.
Yeah.
So when I was looking at bulletin board there, she's seeing like the requirements that people were given, and there were people like full world buffs, consumes, full runes, all this stuff being listed. But what consumes are like, would you say are required to bring? And you know, I'm saying required like air quotes here.
Yeah, no, because I'd spent like 250 gold on consumes for my raid earlier today. It's so obnoxious.
Yeah.
So like if you want to min-max the consumes, it's insanely expensive. If you're an average person, for melee, just get a mongoose and elixir of giants. That's it. It's strength and agility. Something for agility, something for strength. And if you're a caster, just make sure you have something for spell damage. That's like literally, I think that's all that should be required. That's it. That's the consumes actually required. Ideally, you have your flask or the Cubicle Mojo of War. I think they might have even actually taken the name flask away from it. Yeah, I think so. So like ideally you have that, but those 3 things would be like the only things that are actually required. Everything else is min-maxing, try-harding, and not actually really helping you.
So I know you mentioned like nature protection potions. That's just for that one specific fight? Like, would there's
Not
no
even
protection
needed.
bots
Just
or
don't
anything?
stand in the poop on the ground. The boss poops on the ground, and the only reason why you want to have a nature protection potion so you can stand in it longer is specifically so you can keep doing more damage instead of running away from it. But if you're just a normal person, just run away from it and don't just don't hit the boss for like a couple of seconds. That's it. Not even necessary. And this and like there were like if you have some groups might require like a elixir of poison resistance, which basically like will cleanse the poison from you. The only reason that's necessary would be on alliance side anyways, but like most groups now have like enough druids that like the druids can get rid of the poisons, and also like the poisons were nerfed like everything else, so like it's not really something you stress about.
Yeah, and that's where the difference gets it gets either miscommunicated or confused, however you look at it, where it's like, if you're joining a pug, like when it says full consumables, that basically means the raid leader might have a look to make sure you got an elixir on. like
Yeah,
he's not looking at what you got in your bag.
He's not looking if you have boggling roots that are giving you +1 damage on every hit for 4 gold off the auction house, or you're bringing Dragon Breath Chili, and then also as a melee bringing like all of the caster buffs. So like I need like Elixir of Firepower, Greater Arcane Elixir. Why? They give me spell damage, which buffs my Dragon Breath Chili damage. Like that doesn't matter to a pug group. They just want to make sure you have like plus strength and agility if you are a melee DPS, or like plus some sort of spell power if you are a caster. That's it. Just bring one thing, and it's like not that bad. For the min-maxers, consumables are atrocious, but for your average person, just bring like the one thing. No one's out here checking like, why didn't you also have this one? Like, where are your dark runes? Get out of here.
Exactly. And it's just something you put when you're looking for more, isn't it? Looking for more, full world buff, full consumables. Like I bet nine people out of 10, you'll join the group without any consumables and you'll still be fine. Yeah, give me an inf. Like, and you literally not use a consumable for the entire raid, and he probably wouldn't even notice. I mean, you know Zach. When I talk about Zach, I mean, he blags his way into groups with like 2k gear score in Wrath. He'll be doing ICC. Yeah, and it'll just like they'll be like looking for more, but 5k plus gear score, blah blah blah, and it'll just put him and they'll invite him, and it'll literally get through an entire raid.
Dude,
but he'll just fly under the radar.
He dinged 80 and he was in an ICC 10 man like heroic clear within an hour of dinging, and I was like, how did he? What? Yeah,
because he don't worry about what they're asking for. He'll just say invite, and he's like, well, they either invite me or they don't.
They're not really going to check.
Yeah, exactly. And he does it all the time, and it amazes me.
All right, did you guys cover the Atalai defenders?
No, that's on the screen. It's on the screen.
Okay, yeah.
This was the fight that I was mentioning that is like not great for warriors, because there's a lot of build-up time, there's a lot of downtime. So whatever class can just burst damage right away is the classes that are going to do well. That is going to be hunters, rogues, and shamans. Like right away, they're just going to do more. I think at the highest height, like the 100s will maybe be warriors, but like even at all of the 99s and even at the 100s, like I think hunters and shamans and rogues have like a stronger, this fight is better for them to overcome the like oppressiveness that is just the Giga Chadness of warrior,
So I wanna ask a question, and like for obviously both of you all know what dead air is, as in where when you're streaming, you need to keep talking. You wouldn't do a YouTube video and it's completely silent for a few seconds. But I want you to really think about this for a second, even if there is some dead air. What is it with Blizzard and never being able to balance something new? So think DK in Wrath, think Monk in Mr. Pandaria, think Demon Hunter in Legion, think Melee Hunter in Season of Discovery. They really struggle when they put something new in the game that it's always insanely fucking broken. Thoughts?
Internal testing isn't up to par.
Because I mean, like Melee Hunter, like you've said, Saf, and when we've looked, we know Warrior, in perfect setup groups is still, like may still be king at the moment, but like Melee Hunter, since phase 2 has been when they really like went, fuck, we need to do something with Melee Hunter, get people to play it. It's been pretty fucking consistently decent. Like
it's just it's very consistently strong, very low skill gap, so it doesn't really require much. So like your average player can play it towards the best skill, because there's not like in an ideal world you're just pressing one button. Realistically, there's 3 buttons to press in your rotation, but like and then you have cooldowns and stuff like that you want to manage. But in an ideal world, you'd just be pressing one button. So there's not like a crazy skill cap. Similar with like Rogue right now, right? So that's why on average, like throughout the raid, the strongest classes for average groups are going to be Melee Hunter and Rogue. And then it's going to be like Shaman and Warrior. But it's interesting too, because I would argue that if it did the same damage but had more of a skilled rotation, it's still like, it's not an overpowered class. Whereas like, but that's because I always look at things from like the top level of like what's good. Like balancing for your average player feels bad instead of balancing for the skilled players. And so like I always think about you just see Warrior just doing like 4,000 DPS on fights, and you're like, that is crazy. But I know Blizzard also probably should have normalized Rage before this happened, before this expansion, and they are probably regretting it, because that's just going to be impossible to balance around. Like you'll never be able to stop Warriors. It's crazy. Like they gave them runes early on, and those runes were like, here's 20% extra damage, specifically because they could then later tune those down, right? And like be like, now this is 4% extra damage, but that's still really good. So like, it's interesting because like balancing things is hard, and there's some systems that are hard. Like I think the best way to balance a Melee Hunter would be to change the rotation to add more skill differential, similar to how Warrior is, to add more skill differential. But like Warrior is going to continue to scale way better than everything else. But yeah, Blizzard whenever something's new, like DK at the beginning of Wrath, I remember I made videos about it. I would get all of my procs, press Gargoyle, and then I would dance on stream. I would just get behind my seat and I would start dancing, come back, I'm at 14,000 DPS, and like the next highest was at like 7,000 in Nax Ramus, because it was like, that's what it took. It was like, what the heck? Like that wasn't skill gap either. Like add skill expression to classes, I think is the best way to somehow balance the game.
I agree, but it was the same, like, obviously, yeah, that absolutely what you just said in Wrath Classic. Yes, Unholy DK, ridiculous, but it was exactly the same in original Wrath, not necessarily Unholy DK, but like all specs of DK, were broken, and when you like look through how they evolved over time, obviously they still stayed ridiculously strong, but they struggled to balance DK all through Wrath. And like Sod Hunter goes along the same lines. Demon Hunter in Legion was absolutely fucking nuts. And then we've got someone in chat who clearly never played a monk in MOP, but felt the need to comment. I mean, I'm just saying, like, if you don't think monk was broken in MOP, then you didn't play it right. It's as simple as that. Because I was solo tanking heroic bosses in Mogosham Vaults that shouldn't be solo tanked. Like, I was a monk that didn't need a healer. Like, Brewmaster was the most busted fucking shit that you'd ever played. And I'm not talking private servers. You can't go on private servers and then try and compare, because that's obviously in like a last patch state. I'm talking like 5.0 originally. Brewmasters was absolutely disgusting. Being able to guard for like 7 times your max health, like it was just absolutely nuts. I'd just take no damage. It was you just didn't need to take healers. Obviously, then it evened out over the patches, to the point where, don't get me wrong, even in a final patch state, Monk was still really, really strong as a tank. Eventually got really, I say eventually, it did take a few different patches for Windwalker monks to be, I'm not going to say overpowered, but like really, really, really good. But they just seem to struggle with these new things where it's like, Melee Hunter has just gone like but from being dog shit to being overpowered to being, well, it's not really changed from there. But if you think phase 1, I mean, Melee Hunter was not as consistently on top as it is now. I know Melee Hunter was still a thing in phase 1, but obviously the Scorpid pretty much carried the damage, so you could still say it was Melee Hunter, even though it was just pet damage.
That was just like literally. You know what's funny? There's a video with like really good music that like right of a scorpion. Yeah, the scorpion just doing like soloing like 3 people at a time as the guy just Eyes of the Beasting it, and he was sent to me by Agrand. Literally, he was like, "Yeah, we're nerfing this." It's like, yeah, that needs to be fixed.
Oh, was it not Azimus? It was Azimus, wasn't it? Who done it with the Scorpion?
There was one before that. There was one before that. That was. I wonder if I could go back and find it, but there was one before that, and I remember just watching and be like, "This is crazy, dude. This is insane." So they're definitely. They're aware of when something is like oppressively overpowered, right? Like Shadow Priest at the beginning of last phase in PvP, or Boomkin at the beginning of the last phase in PvP. I think they also originally went too far when balancing things and like would nerf things to the ground. I'm sure, Go, you probably were like, dang, they kind of roughed up.
Sod.
Yeah,
for like a week.
Yeah, I think they're trying this phase. They've talked about it, trying to not be so heavy-handed with the adjustments, and hopefully, if tuning happens, that'll be the thing. I'm intrigued. I think like all of the melee classes are in a pretty solid spot. Every single melee class in a different raid can be your #1 DPS. Every single one of them. It's all casters that kind of are in a need of some love. But I said this at the beginning of last phase. About enhanced shamans, and then they buffed them twice to Oblivion. So they just need to like not be super heavy-handed with the love that they give, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Alex with the super chat, thank you, brother. Star, can you get the? It should be up there.
No, I then put break-ins on. But there's so many good comments. I want to pin them all and address them all at the moment. Evil Merc. Yeah, Evil Merc will get to you. Excremator, get back to you, obviously, in regards to Monk. But just while I'm saying it, it'll be very easy anyway. Excremator. I was talking more Brewmaster at the beginning. Yeah, like Windwalker. I can't really remember Mistweaver originally in 5.0, if I'm completely honest, because I was mainly Brewmaster and Windwalker. But I was actually main tanking as a Brewmaster for at least half of MOP. So yeah, Mistweaver, I don't really remember exactly what it was like in its original state. When I said they were overpowered or broken, I was referring to tanking in particular. Sorry, Go.
No, you're good. Where was I at? Can you get Warcraft log to split Saber Slash and Mutilate on logs and get Blizzard to buff Saber Slash or nerf? And Sarthardy responded and said, "Yeah, dude, I guarantee you that it's gonna be split."
Oh yeah. Interestingly enough, though, I did a podcast yesterday with Simon Eyes and Bobka talking about rogues and like rogue futures, and someone at Blizzard had pinged Simon about like mathematically what realistically, like very realistically, could happen for Saber Slash to make it semi or competitive or on par with Mutilate. So Blizzard's looking at that at least, and like they need to like have it done in a way where it wouldn't like legitimately be like, now this is the better spec, everyone go this spec, goodbye, right? So like they're aware and looking at it. But yes, it is interesting that rogues are pigeonholed to only playing daggers currently, but that's not like necessarily their love. I think like the SOD team, the classic dev team, like genuinely, they love the game. They play the game a lot. A lot of the people are in like some of the best world speed runs. They raid like crazy. They play like crazy. They're aware of a lot of the issues and trying to deal with them in ways that are like realistic. So hopefully we do see a change there. They definitely, Saber Slash is a fun build to play, and it also goes well with like the Carnage rune. So we'll see.
Okay, and then I just want to address one really quickly. So Breaking Blue, thank you for the donation on Kick. yeah, I've not got kick notifications on the screen at all. So yeah, it's not going unnoticed. Thank you, mate. Appreciate the support. Go.
All right.
But Evil Merc, I did. No, Evil Merc was mentioning when I was saying about things being, broken when they first launch them, and he did make a good point. And apparently there was actually case studies done on LoL champs as well. Because if they release something underpowered, no one's going to want to play it. So they released it quite broken.
I've heard that. Yeah, so they did this in League of Legends or some game released a new character, and it was tuned in the same vein as slightly not the best, and nobody would play it essentially. So it's a psychological thing where you won't change things up just to play this new thing if it's not really good. So generally game devs or things had to be released in a stronger form and then tuned down for it to see an exception into the ecosphere of the game. So that actually happens in fighting games too, and a bunch of games. I did see that study. That makes sense. That's a good point out.
It does. It absolutely does make sense. Yeah, that's why I wanted to actually at least address it, because it 100% makes sense. Where it's you get them on the hook, and it's right, well, I've switched to that character now. Now we can bring it in line with everything else. Yeah, that absolutely makes sense. I mean, they wouldn't have to do that with Monk for me, because it's oh man, I am such a Monk fanboy. I don't give. Honestly, it can be bottom DPS, shittest tank, worst healer, but when we eventually get Mop Classic, which I'm really, really hoping happens, I'll be a Monk no matter what. So
it doesn't even matter. I'm a Monk for life. I don't care.
Yeah, mate. They you get transmog gear, and they've got barrels on their shoulders that beer pours out of, as if I'm not going to be a Monk. Come on.
It's the perfect rendition of Scotty's character.
Yeah, exactly. All right, sorry, go. This is your podcast, man. Hurry up.
No, you guys. I love the banter back and forth. Why would I interrupt that? But speaking of banters back and forth, Scotty, you're a fucking genius. We have the next boss is a duo boss, Dream Scythe and Weaver.
Oh yeah.
Dream Scythe and Weaver. This fight can be cleaved technically. Therefore, the class that will do really well is gonna surprise you. Probably Warrior. But there's a lot of downtime, which is similar to the last fight, like I was saying, where classes that pump really quickly will do really well. And that is, again, going to be Melee Hunter, DPS Rogue, Enhanced Shaman. But also in this fight, okay, it just loaded for me so I can see it too. And also in this fight, just like I was going to say, Ranged Hunter actually can do really well because it has a lot more uptime. So this is where casters have a chance of being close to the melee, because they have a lot more uptime, because the melee have to run in to the bosses after they get knocked back and then run away from the bosses before they get knocked into the Guzu hole. So this is where casters and range actually can do a pretty decent job competing with melee. But at the same time, that also means Melee Hunter, whenever it gets knocked back, can just shoot a couple times while they're flying backwards and then run back in. So their uptime is also this differential. So this is a really good fight for Melee Hunter, really good fight for Warriors when you can cleave it, but your average group is not stacking up the bosses and cleaving them. So I wouldn't say on average this is a great fight for Warriors. You can charge back in or intercept back in on the knockback. But whatever classes, just like the last boss, can pump a lot of damage in a really short amount of time and don't need to ramp up their damage. Those are the classes that do really well as casters can keep DPSing when they get knocked back.
This fight looks like the damage is the closest compared to any other boss fight.
Yes.
The difference between the top and bottom damage is not that great. So it's cool to see that there's a boss that I would say is balanced pretty well.
I feel sorry for the early shaman still.
Yeah, they dropped all the way down. You hate to see
when you say dropped all the way down, I mean, for something that I'm seeing being complained about a lot for being, like I say, so overpowered in PvP, and people are calling out Ellie shamans need nerfing, and then you go for all these bosses, and it's it's a shame that don't carry over into PvE.
That's the balancing. The balancing of PvP and PvE is just that's such a tough thing. I don't know. I don't think I don't know. PvP's never been balanced anyways. Oh, I don't know. I'm like indifferent.
Yeah, no,
Just give everyone some sort of resilience and like I would prefer if people could enjoy themselves in the raid by doing a lot of damage also on their class and not like feel bad because like they can one-shot someone in SCV. Like it's not their fault. Yeah, I don't know. It's like it sucks.
It was nice at least in BFD. We had Gamura where casters could pump. And even though the rest of the raid I wasn't top damage, I looked forward to that turtle fight every week. And then I would rip threat and die anyways and not do more damage than the melee, and they would surpass me while I was dead. But at least I had that opportunity in that raid to do more damage than the melee. Is there anything like that in Sunken Temple where like only like halfway through the boss?
This is the best chance you have for casters to do as much damage as melee, and they're not doing as much damage.
I mean,
melee,
why are paladins so low though? Like,
paladins don't have like crazy burst. They're slow, so they don't have like any sort of mobility to get back in. Whereas like if you get knocked back on a rogue, you can shadow step back in insta, and you're back up fighting the boss. Warrior, you can intercept back in. Hunter and melee hunter, you can use some ranged abilities while you're getting knocked back. Same thing with a shaman. You can get knocked back as soon as you get maelstrom procs and make sure that you hit a chain lightning while you're running back in and then shock. So paladins don't have like great uptime there, and paladins are probably the weakest. I mean, if you look at like feral druid also is in a bad spot on this fight, because this fight like it sucks because then you have to run back in but then get behind the boss as well, so you have to go further than everyone else. So like feral druids, your average, if you look at like probably 95s, feral druids probably fall even more because like it's like it's rough out there. It needs your tank is probably changing which way he's facing in most like pug groups all the time.
Feral and Ret are bottom, literally like Ret absolute bottom, and then Feral below that. Well, my sod journey might be short-lived in phase 3 because if I get out DPS as a Ret paladin by Boomy on any boss, I'm deleting my paladin. Especially if his name's Go.
And that's just because like the nature of this fight, it really is. The nature of this fight is very nice for ranged or like rogue. Rogue can get back in, right? Like I mentioned, melee hunter can DPS when they get knocked back with shooting, and Ellie Shaman, same thing, can do some damage while they get knocked back as well. So like paladins just feel like you feel like you're the epitome of like what paladins are in every other version of the game. You're like the wheelchair class here. Similar with feral druid. I mean, you have a little bit of movement speed, but you have to move further than everyone else. So it's not a great fight for melee. And even with that being said, melee hunter and rogues will still outperform the casters because casters are in a position of not greatness. I don't think casters are not looking phenomenal right now this phase.
You want to just say casters might as well re-roll. Just say it, Saf. Don't be a pussy.
Well, last phase was casters phase, but like it's crazy that like the way that they could balance a phase to have casters be good was by adding so much like boss armor that melee can't even do half of their normal damage. But like now you don't have to deal with that because we're not fighting against machines anymore.
Yeah. Okay, next boss. Let's look at the next boss because I don't like looking at that and seeing Paladin so low. It's making me feel a bit uneasy.
Oh yeah, next boss has some cleave too.
Oh, Jamalin and Ogon, yeah.
Look at list maker's wet dream.
Look at 95. Oh, look at the balance druid. Balance druid can't beat a shadow priest on this fight. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, it's rough, dude. Like balance on every fight.
Look, Paladin is back though.
Yeah. I like this one. We'll talk about this one until the podcast ends.
Yeah, this is a good one. This is again. Even at 95, you're seeing warrior close to melee hunter, not because on average, right, at 95, melee hunter with how much less skill it takes to be near the top, it usually should at like as you fall in skill or like fall down to like 95, you should see melee hunter really shining and warriors falling a lot. But there is some cleave on this fight, and I don't think they've removed cleave yet, even though it's technically not effective cleave, which is like they will remove it. Like Warcraft logs always removes cleave if it's not effective cleave, like if it's not helping the fight, which is why there's a lot of cleave on Shade of Aranicus. But so this is definitely a closer fight. But again, it's just going to be the same situation. Like, at least they're undead mobs, I believe. They might be humanoids, but they're undead. I don't know if they're humanoids.
I'd imagine there's undead there. If Paladin's that high, without even going in and doing the raid myself, I would say they're undead for a Paladin to be that high for Exorcism.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like. I'm looking at True Light from Sars Raid, and their second highest damage is melee and then Exorcism.
Yeah, so 100% undead then. What I find really interesting here is I just switched between 95th, 99th, and max, and the top four don't actually, top five don't change. They just move around. You know, so like you said, Saf, you know, as the skill cap gets higher for each of them, then that's more sort of representative at the higher, sort of higher percentile.
Yeah,
it's still the same.
Warrior just moves up, really. Like, that's all it's ever going to be, really, is like as you go up in anything, because I mean, as you go even lower, it'll probably be like Rogue will swap to right below Melee Hunter, and then eventually Warrior will probably be below Enhanced Shaman. But like realistically, it's just like that. It's like Melee Hunter and Rogue, very, very good damage all the way throughout the raid. They have a lot of burst. They don't need like build or ramp up damage most of the time for the most part. And their skill expression is so much less than what it is. There is a spec for Rogue that can slightly give you a couple DPS that does require more skill. But it actually, for most people, you should probably just not play that, because that's only if you're min-maxing it perfectly. Like, even talking with Simon yesterday, he's like, most people really shouldn't play it because you're gonna lose damage. Most people will lose a lot of damage, leaving damage on the table just by playing a spec that requires more skill, and instead of playing a spec that is basically the same damage but requires no skill or whatever, less skill. So the skill expression is really what the difference is, and that's what brings Warriors towards the top. And then once you get to the 100 parses, like, Warriors also can then just use like their 30-minute cooldown, which, like, here's an extra 400 to 800 DPS, or like on the next fight, Morphaz, Warriors are at like almost 5,000 DPS, and the closest I think is Rogue and Melee Hunter, but both of those had like god-like RNG, like almost crit every single thing. Everything went perfect for them, whereas Warrior was like, here's a cooldown that makes me crit everything, right?
And that for any Cata enjoyers, what Saf just explained about Rogue when he said he was talking to Simon Eyes, it is like pretty much exactly the same as what you're going to find when sims start coming out for Cata that are accurate for rogues, where you'll look and it will be like, what? Single target, sub is the best. Yeah, it will be the best, but you won't be able to play it. So, like, just like, you know, if you're talking a robot, if a robot's playing a rogue, you know, sub will be like the best single target. I'd say certainly tier 12 to 13, but I genuinely think full bis tier 11 it will be as well. But it is so unforgiving that, like, you fuck up once, that like you'd have done more damage if you used combat or assassination. You know, it's like it's in a perfect world. What is the specs are for Sod? Just out of interest, what is the rogue spec?
It technically is just playing Carnage. It just changes two of your runes. Technically, you also change like slightly so the spec that is easy is the same spec. They're both assassination, and one of them you renew your slice and dice just by pressing Envenom, and the other one you also put bleeds on the target to increase your damage by 20%, so you need to actually press slice and dice yourself. Renewing slice and dice just by envenoming is literally Wrath of the Lich King Rogue, which I quit. I couldn't do because it just was too simple of a rotation. It's just like boring to me personally, but there's more nuance to it in Classic still, because like there's slightly more nuance to it in Classic still. But yes, it's like it's a very simple spec which basically does the exact same damage, so just most people should just play that.
It's a good drinking spec. That's what I find.
For
Assassination's
sure.
a great drinking spec.
You could absolutely get fucked up and be like pumping. You're like, damn, I'm good at this game.
Doing Jaeger bombs and pressing your buttons at the same time. Like, man, this is so easy.
I do so much damage. Wow.
Yeah.
Is this a boss fight where it changes? It could change like week to week, where you're fighting one boss first and then the other one, and then the next week it could be.
Yes. Every week you technically kill one of them first and then kill the other one. So yes, for this fight, it does change every week.
Does that like affect speed runs potentially down the line, where it's like, oh fuck, we got Ogom first?
No, because the only thing is that you have to use free action potions to not get stunned when the boss does the AoE Hand of Justice when it's one of the weeks. But you're just going to do that anyways. Like, he'll barely get one of those casts off. So it's like not really an issue, and that just means you can't. So it will actually technically, now that I think about it, because you can't like swiftness potion after this, which would be like an ideal spot. Even though trash spawns right after you kill this boss, you would like potentially swiftness potion into something else. So yes, but the thing that would actually grief speedruns more is the second boss can just be like off in Narnia. The second boss, the ooze that's patrolling around the gigantic room, he can just, it's like either he's right here or he's gone, you know, and like that just screws you, which is really lame from a speedrunner's perspective. But at least there's like less pre-clearingers in this phase, hopefully. I mean, technically the speedruns start when you start the first boss, so you have to do all of that like 20 minutes of trash beforehand.
And what is like the best speed run time at the moment? What sort of times are we looking at?
I don't know if there's really an existing speedrun time. We're gonna be honest. There is like an all mage comp that went in and had fun. The 25 minutes is the current time. Oh, they're playing all warriors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 warriors, 3 feral druids, 2 hunters. Yeah, it's gonna be this is absolutely a melee meta. They're literally not even bringing a mage.
25 minutes though. Yeah.
Oh no, they do. They have 3 mages. I just didn't scroll down far enough. Yeah, mages are basically brought to AoE trash, and that's like what the meta will be. Is like you'll have like one caster group that will be there to AoE trash, and once we get to 40-man raids, if something doesn't change, it's still going to be literally one caster group to AoE trash, and the rest is all going to be physical, mostly warriors.
I mean, that could change massively, though. You know, as in with what they've been doing, with how things have gone up and down. I for one hope that's not the case, and that's like I'm going to be playing a Ret Paladin, so I'm going to
have to do something. Yeah,
like you would hope that at level 60 it's going to be fairly. Not perfectly balanced, but just more you like boomies are not going to feel bad for coming to a raid. Because if I was Go, like I'd quit now. I'd have quit in phase 1 actually if I was Go.
Well, I had that teaser in the start of phase 2 when I actually fucking played the game for 4 days and then got nuked all the way down, and I was like, yeah, no. And then when I did come back, it wasn't to PvE, it was to PvP, because PvP as a boomy is a really fun thing. Even if PvE fucking sucks.
Oh my god,
yeah,
this next boss is awful.
Crazy. This is what I was talking about.
I'm getting some ice. I've got it on screen.
Just oh my god, this fight is just the difference. If he were the difference in warriors are doing unironically 5,000 damage on this fight. I think the number one right now is like 3,800, but that's pretty bad though. It's gonna be 5K next week. Like they just Alondo got 3.4K DPS on this fight, and he literally butchered his cooldowns. He left easily 1,000 damage on DPS, like damage per second on the table. Like this fight is for sure gonna be like very close to 5K DPS this next week. So warriors dumpster everyone on this fight. Mages feel pretty good on this fight. Melee hunter and rogues also can do really well. They just need like really good RNG. I think I did almost 3,000. I did 2,900 or 2,800 today on this fight, and I had some pretty solid RNG. So that is actually, I mean, that's a lot of damage. That was like rank 2 or rank 3 when I did it earlier. But this is a fight for warriors. It's fully built for warriors because if you do more damage, you get more rage. Therefore, you can press your abilities more often. And since the boss takes 200% extra damage, and that damage multiplier is calculated before crits multipliers and everything else, like you're just doing crazy damage and you're infinite rage, which means warriors are executing on this fight for like 18,000 damage. Like not 1.8k, 18,000, and you're doing that every single global during execute.
And I see it's a 2-minute fight for you guys too. So it's not like it's a short, like sub 1 minute fight either.
Well, the real reason for that too is because the boss at 80% phases into the second phase where the boss takes that 200% extra damage, but it's like a 15 or 20 second cast for him to send you into the realm of that other phase. So the boss is actually technically, for like speed kill, is almost dead already by the time you get into that second phase where he takes more damage. But in like a parse run, which is going to be cheating very soon, there's going to be groups where everyone except for the warrior is going to stop DPS so that they can be in that phase for longer. Because right now we're killing it with like, I don't know, like 18 seconds left of having 200% extra damage. So everyone would just stop damage and one person would keep pumping, and that will be the number one parses, like for sure. Absolutely. There's no one will ever be able to compete with that. That sort of cheesiness is coming soon.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, absolutely no doubt. So Go, I know you're the host of this. I'm just here just to give input, but I just want, how do you feel about Balance Druid on this fight? I can't even say that without laughing.
We're not bottom, right? Depending on which percentile you look at.
I'm looking at 99. Bottom. I'm looking at 99th, but I can put 100 for. I mean, you're not bottom on. What about 95th? No, you're not bottom on any of them. So when you look at the 99th, how are you feeling about that? Right.
My competition is Ellie Shaman, Shadow Priest all the time. Like Warlocks and Mages, I concede they're better single target, multi-target caster DPS, fine. But as long as I'm above like the blue bar or the white bar, that's fine.
Cool. Not a lot of competition then. You've only got to beat like 2 people in your raid and you feel pretty good about yourself.
Yeah, as long as I can beat literally no one, I'm good.
yeah, because you're probably not going to have a Balance and an Ellie and a Deep and a Shadow Priest all in the same raid. So you might have to meet one. You might have to meet one, maybe. Oh, that sucks.
I did think of some justification for bringing a Balance Druid potentially, and that's because we can off heal really well. Because I was looking at my buddy Innate's logs, and he was like full resto for a couple of the fights, but he also like fully 99s, even 100s bosses every single phase in SOD. So it's like maybe our DPS is about the same. We don't bring as many like debuffs or anything like that. We give 3% spell crit to ourselves and 4 people in our group, but maybe it's just our off healing that's better, that we can just swap to a fully like heal.
That is honestly the big merit of Balance Druids, is like you're actually a healer. Boomkins in pretty much this entire expansion, for most people, like in speedruns and stuff, you bring up Boomkin because they are healing for you. Like they're not actually there to do damage, they're there to heal. And like throw out damage while also being able to consistently put out like decent heals. So that's a merit, right? Like Shadow Priests are just better at that innately without even having to heal, but it is a merit. Like you have a ton of like wild growth is just really strong.
So my buddy Wander had to bring it up, and it's something that I always kind of like think of as a meme in my head, like the hurricane debuff. It's giving like 25% melee like reduction speed for AoE trash packs. It is. Can you give me a glimmer of hope that is actually a useful thing? Or
it is genuinely a useful thing. I mean, is it like very useful? No, but it is useful. It can save lives definitely if you're pulling big enough. It is unironically very solid. It's like a AoE Thunder Fury, AoE Thunderclap, right? It's good. It's definitely good, and it sees its merit for high-end guilds. Your average group has never used Thunderclap in their life, right? Your average group, I mean, with Homunculus doing the stuff, right? Like, but your average warrior doesn't even know what Demo Shout is. So Your average group won't see it as an advantage, but the highest end of people will absolutely look at it and be like, that's actually really solid. Unironically, that's a good thing to bring because that debuff is really awesome.
There you go. Yeah, you got a compliment.
All right. Hey,
Kind of. I mean, you
I'm
take
feeling
it.
like
Just
I'm
take it.
almost as strong as a rep pally at this point, man.
I don't know about that.
yeah, that was a little.
Yeah, no. Red Paladins actually they're counting as melee, so they get some love.
Oh, yeah. Right, we've got two bosses. So Shade of Veronicus. Okay, so this was the oh my god. The enhancement shaman. I just saw the big bar and was like, well, what? They're fine. That's the AoE. That's the shield that's just been nerfed down to 3 seconds from 1. I assume that's what we're looking at.
Yeah. So that's like the tank, and if they put on what's it called? So the number one like enhanced shaman tank, and the number one, there's a warlock tank that was doing like almost 700 DPS from the warlock tank, purely was coming from the trinket, the Dark Moon card Sandstorm, that now has been nerfed 3 times. So like a lot of things are ridiculous in this fight, but like there's a lot of AoE damage that goes out because it summons a ton of the little whelps. And before the boss got nerfed, it summoned obviously more whelps, and they had higher HP, so they lasted longer, which meant you could do more damage to them. So that was like a nice thing kind of for AoE damage healers, but that's kind of out right now, which isn't like a big deal, but obviously you can't really do that anymore. So yes, this fight is good for anyone that can AoE, and it has like phases again, which kind of again is like the only thing in the world that can like hold warriors back ever. Is like if any fight has phases where like warriors can't keep pumping, like you'll have to drop deep wounds. But realistically, I would say like warriors will end up keeping deep wounds up. Like rogues can also keep up if you have a snapshotted poison up, like deadly poison, you can keep that up the whole time as long as you just like are tabbing back correctly and keeping it up. So this fight will be a warrior fight, but for now it's like anyone that can just AoE, and like it's more spread out. Like casters love this fight also. It's better for casters. Warriors have a ton of cleave damage obviously on this fight, which means warriors love the fight as usual. But like it's not like it's like an aggressively one class is better than the others on this fight. Now it's like a lot more balanced.
Well, I'm sure Go's ears perked up straight away because he was like, oh, it's an AoE fight. Then this is going to be good for Boomy. So I'm looking at the 95th percentile at the moment. Obviously, like Boomy, for as long as I can remember, I mean, not talking about vanilla, but, you know, always been pretty strong on AoE. So I'm sure they're going to be pretty strong on this. Let me just have a look. Oh, no. So how do you feel about Boomies on this one, Go?
So it's like Sarth said about the melee that are at the top of the damage on every fight. Balance just has a higher skill expression. So if you look at the max damage that a balanced druid is doing this fight compared to the Shadow Priest and the Frost Mage, then we're actually not the absolute bottom. And I'm just grasping at any straw that I can right here.
Shadow
but
just got like way more AoE this phase 2 with Void Zone. So
yeah, our Hurricane, I called it like back in phase 1, I think, when the Gale Runes rune was data mined, or Gale Winds rune was data mined. That it's just not going to be enough damage to like boost our AoE damage to compete with mages, warlocks, Shadow Priest. And what do you know? 100% damage. 0 cooldown Hurricane still fucking sucks.
Dude, it's so funny because people, when I was going over the runes the first time they like announced them officially for this phase or like were data mined, I was going over the runes and I said that I was like, Hurricane it's still not enough. It's like Volley for Hunters. People think that Volley for Hunters sounds good. Volley for Hunters does like 30 DPS per mob. Like it's non-existent damage, basically negative damage. Like it is, at least Hurricane is viable now, but it's not enough to like compete with someone who like just even got more AoE damage, which is what like pretty much every other class got, is just like, hey, here's even more AoE damage than what you had beforehand.
Yeah,
we're probably better off like just tab targeting and dotting. I would have to check with my my big brain boomy buddies about that one because we'd have to extend those dots probably with our bracer rune.
I mean, look, I'm not being funny, but looking at this, you'd probably be better off just single targeting.
Yeah, we're probably.
Yeah, you actually. I mean, like, yeah, 650 DPS, 95%. That's pretty. It's pretty good. It's pretty. Yeah, pretty nice. That sounds nice, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'd love to do that much damage.
Yeah, tank warlocks were doing more than that just from having the rune or the sandstorm trinket. They were doing more damage than your 95th percentile boomkin.
All right, let's move quickly on to the last boss.
Yeah, this is gonna be Hunter and Warrior. Let's see. I'm curious.
Okay, so not everything just fucking froze up my end. Then it's because I unplugged my mouse.
Look what you did. I'm gonna say it's Hunter, Warrior, then Rogue. That's what I'm gonna say. Technically, it should probably be Warrior, then Hunter, then Rogue. But if we look at 95th, or 99th, it'll be like Hunter, then Warrior, then Rogue. Kind of similar to how everything is these days.
99's Hunter, Warrior, Shaman. What I'm looking at.
Oh, rogues are done, dude.
Yeah, rogues are dead. Delete them, re-roll. They're shit now. Literally,
they can't
shit.
tank. They can't DPS.
Yeah, just delete them.
But like, it really is. Like, I just did a tier list recently, finally, and I was like, these are the classes. Like, I put Shadow Priest in S tier because the utility Shadow Priest brings. For one Shadow Priest, it's so high value. But like, yeah, look at that. And you go to 95th, it's like the melee hunter just overshining everyone once you're at 95th percentile, because it's just like, again, once you lose like that skill expression, it really will be there. And yeah, this fight is really good for melee hunter. They love it, which also means it's very solid for warrior, but not like their favorite fight. It's a pretty long fight right now. Warriors will end up rising up significantly on this, but it's a long fight right now. And hand shamans have a lot of burst, which is good. Right now, a lot of players at the 95th percentile are like moving out instead of just continuing to DPS the boss, which means melee hunters can still attack when they move out. I hope anyone watching this just move to the other side of the boss. Stop running away with the debuff. Just have melee stand on one side, and if you get the debuff, move to the other side. You won't hit the rest of the melee, and you don't have to AFK for 20 seconds. It's like, it's super easy. The range of the AoE is so small. So it's a melee fight, as all fights are this phase for the most part, and casters are in shambles still.
I know he said that, Go. That just like, you might even now be able to remember going back where we was actually saying, man, this looks melee unfriendly, when we was watching Hammer after the last podcast, and the melee was literally going and standing at the edge of the room.
Oh,
you know,
yeah,
and it's
like, what are they doing?
What are they
Feral's
doing?
Sitting there at the wall. What's going on?
Yeah, and we was actually complaining about it.
Wrong.
But yeah, there's so many boss fights so far in Wrath and like TBC and Classic where all the melee has to do is just pivot on the boss. They don't need to run out. Just you stand in the stack and it's left foot, right foot.
Yep. It's like, it's a very simple mechanic, but the first week, usually it's like overcompensate, right? Don't let people miss up an easy mechanic, because they will. It's just the way that the game works and the way that people play. So yeah, they will mess it up.
So I've been saying I wish that there was PTR, and this is one instance that I can think of where it's like, yeah, I kind of like that there's been that evolution of the melee for this fight that, oh yeah, just get out. But if there was a boss guide for this fight, then they would already know on launch day, yeah, all we got to do is just go 5 yards to the right, 5 yards to the left.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's I tried to, interestingly, so like I waited until I understood all of the mechanics really well before releasing my boss guide for this raid. But everybody released guides like day 2, day 1, and it's like they released guides when no one had even like cleared, like literally no one had cleared it, and a ton of guides were coming out, and I was like, but you don't understand the mechanics. You're watching someone and you're not hearing their comms. I could hear comms, but you can't hear their comms. You don't, and like a lot of things would come out with like very wrong information.
Yeah, and it's
So,
it's the whole but that is YouTube, isn't it? It's like
yeah, it's the meta. It's like get it out first, and I was like, I'm
and then
fine.
people watch it, and like I was complaining. Well, I don't know if I was doing it live or if I'd done it before we actually went live. When I was saying about Kata videos where they're popping up and people are DMing me like, you know, I've heard this is what you do, and it's like, well, no, of course you don't fucking do that. They're playing on a private server that's been out for a week, and you can get to 85 in a day. Like, of course that's not what it's going to be like when it goes live. But then people start putting YouTube videos out like, oh, this is the best way of gearing. This is the best way of doing this. Best way of doing that.
Way to level up, and you're like,
yeah,
but it's not. That's not the fastest way to level up. What do you mean? That's wrong.
Exactly. And people are like taking the beta at face value, and they're putting videos out about like Halls of Lightning being the quickest way to level. It's like the XP nerf in dungeons isn't on the beta yet. The same way that like the fucking currency conversion's not in the beta yet. The same way that the discoveries from professions not on the beta yet. Like you literally cannot take that. Like it annoys me for other people, not for me. You know, because I'm like, people will watch that and they'll genuinely start preparing and thinking, right, this is what I need to do. I'm going to start practicing Halls of Lightning on the beta. Like, well, don't waste your fucking time, mate, because that ain't going to work. Like, literally.
That's we even started that conversation because people were asking me a ton. Is like, are you going to make kata guides? And I'm like, I'll play kata, but I can't make a guide on something I don't know. Like it would just be giving you third-hand information, and it's like pointless. Like, I don't know, watch a guide of someone that knows it. Watch Scotty's been playing kata forever, right? Watch someone that actually does this, and then that'd be great. But I like to like wait until I have like good info and like have practiced things and know it, you know. And like, yeah, it's the YouTube meta though, and you're just like, ugh.
But I respect that massively.
Was me making crazy faces on my YouTube thumbnails.
But
I hate it.
I respect that massively because it's it's exactly what I do. You know, as in, yes, I played Kata back in the day, cleared all content. I've got all the achievements still on my retail account to show it. But can I honestly sit here now and say I remember what all that was like? No.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. So what I'd done is a year ago when you was all enjoying Alduar, even though I was still raiding at Alduar, it's not like I dropped Wrath or anything, but, you know, I leveled every single character to 85 on a Wrath private server. I raided all tiers of content on every single class. You know, like I've put a year's worth of refresher knowledge into these videos, which, you know, they might only end up being 25, 30 videos, whatever, but literally it's a year's worth of preparation into those. But then people think they can go on the beta for 3 hours and know that like that's how it's meant to work. Yeah.
I remember talking about this when we were having a podcast and we were talking about Ulduar, and you were talking about that you were playing Cataclysm, and I was like, that's so much respect, you're getting into it. And Crix was like, I'm gonna start soon too, and I was like, I'm not gonna do it.
But it's the same. I'll do exactly the same, you know, like Mop. I kind of Mop is a lot fresher in my mind because, yeah, like obviously it was more recent, but like I still don't remember everything about it. And I've played 2 or 3 Mop private servers over the last 5 years. But, you know, when we're doing Dragon Soul, I'll be, or maybe when we're like back end of Firelands, I'll be leveling everything on a Mop server, and I'll be refreshing my memory on everything that, you know, that I need to know there. Yeah, rather than just then waiting for a beta, going on a beta and a shoot, like taking it at face value. And that's what's wrong with Kata at the moment. People are playing these classes and being like, oh my God, rogue pumps, like mage is dog shit. It's like, mage don't work. Like, you can't look at a mage's damage on the Kata beta and think it works. Yeah, exactly. Like, half of the masteries don't work. The fucking, like, haste is not working for certain classes. Like, there's basics that just don't work. But then people put videos out, people listen to them, take them, you know, at face value. So I respect that, like, massively. Like, you know, the fact that, yeah, you're not like, well, I'm just going to put a raid guide out just so I'm quick and first. You wait until you like you fully understand exactly how the mechanics work. So you've only got to do it once. That's the thing. Yeah. You do it once, you do it right, and jobs are good. And
here is all of the info, and here's some tips that you probably have no idea about because we've figured it out. Because I will test the crazy things that I'm like, I wonder if I could push this to this limit, you know? And then
yeah.
Well, speaking of respect, Scotty, Sarth, what tanks and healers do you respect in Sunken Temple?
Wow, that was amazing.
good.
I know. But and like, do you expect Sunken Temple in a speed run to be like solo healable and stuff like that, or like solo tank, solo heal?
Solo tank for sure. Solo heal, maybe 2 heals right now, but like a Shadow Priest is like basically a heal, right? So solo tank for sure. This raid is for sure solo tankable. Your damage will get there. You'll have like a Feral Druid that might need to taunt off the tank at a time or something. Not a big deal. Especially in like Alliance has paladins who can bubble off like debuff stacks, and Horde has shamans that are just like gods of AoE threat, right? So it'll be solo tankable, and the tank might honestly be a warlock, because like in a speed run, it's like the best place to bring the warlock. Like you're kind of like, where else do I bring a warlock, right? Like, unless there's tuning. So all tanks are very, very solid. Literally every tank is amazing in this raid, and I would say every healer is amazing. Paladins are amazing for like tank heals. Shamans have very strong like group and party heals as well as normal heals. Druids have like insane heal the whole raid. Priests are like your quintessential Season of Discovery healer that's stronger than everyone else, but they're all really good. And then mages can like with one ability just heal someone to full. I would definitely say that everyone is very solid this phase, finally, which I think is really cool. Personally, I think all tanks are good, all healers are good. None of them are weak. Some of them, it's easy to bring like maybe like a warlock healer or tank or a shaman tank, because you see that more often, but like a rogue tank takes the least damage. You see these the least, and they take the least damage. A rogue tank is just like, they just literally just like can't get hit. The boss cannot touch them, so they take no damage, and they do crazy single target damage, not as great AoE threat, so like that's their trade-off. But like there is this like kind of notion that like rogue tanks, they fall off because they can't mitigate magic damage, right? But in classic WoW, no one has like a magic damage mitigation, or there's very little of it. There's some, but very, very little of it. So all of the tanks are good, all of the healers are good. I wouldn't actually rate any of them better than the others. The reason why I think you'll see lock tanks in speedruns a lot is because you don't want to bring a warlock DPS, and a warlock tank can put up the Curse of Recklessness.
So when it comes to healers, if you say like you're taking 2 healers, would mage be one of those? Like, is mage actually like pretty solid as if you only wanted to run 2 healers? Because like obviously my experience in phase 1 and 2 has been like, mage is solid. Don't get me wrong. But also like if you want to heal multiple people, it starts to get really mana intensive. Single target healing really strong. But then like would you take a holy paladin and an arcane mage together, for example?
That'd be a kind of a rough combo. I think you almost always bring one priest healer just because of the power of the priest. But I think mage is really, really good. So yes, I think like pretty much anything could work. You could even just bring like a boomkin and a shadow priest, and they could do it, right? So yes, I think literally any combination can work, and I'm not sure what the best combination will be, but if you bring the mage, they're outputting, what you have to think about is like they're outputting damage to bring their heals, which is like a very good thing. If you're thinking about it of like the perspective of killing something faster, is if your healer can output damage and heal at the same time, that is like a double whammy, right? Even if their damage isn't like insane, it's always good. So yes, mage healers are great. And any resto druids, they're in like a speedrun situation, you're always like basically a boomkin. Like you're doing a lot of AoE damage, or a lot of damage. Most of the time, you're even like, unless people are taking enough damage, your entire focus is actually outputting DPS.
Well, since you said resto druid there, I was thinking about the barkskin rune. Is there like barkskin cooldown like rotations or anything like that?
I just don't think you'd see it enough yet. There's not really a tank buster mechanic, and if you do have a tank buster mechanic, tanks all have like a cooldown they can use, and that's what before seeing the raid, when I saw the runes, I thought that meant there was going to be like more need for calling and organizing cooldowns. Yeah. which I like. I like that's a thing in Wrath of the Lich King. I like in raiding like more organization, but it also takes away from like the casualness of a raid. So there just aren't enough tank buster mechanics yet to warrant that being necessary. And you usually have like a priest that could potentially put up whatever the priest thing is that makes you sparkly and take less damage.
There was nothing better than like Algalon, where you had to have like a 13-person external cooldown list for the tank.
Yes,
you know, it's like you use this for 12 seconds, this is going to last 8, this is going to last 10, and it was like the tank always had cooldowns on. I'm with you. I personally, I really, really like that. But yeah, that's certainly not a casual raid. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like then it's like it's not friendly for your like a level up raid where people just put together a random pug and like it's like, all right, now let me do my 16 assignments first. Make sure you don't mess this up, because if your cooldown falls on the tank for more than 3 seconds, he will die. So it's like, yeah, so we definitely don't see that yet, but we might in the future.
Anything else about Sunken Temple, Scotty?
No, as I say, I said it earlier on, you know, like the from what I saw from pre-nerf, like night 1, night 2 was it very much looked like a battle of attrition for me. I do like challenging mechanics. I get bored in raids, man. Like I do. I've raided for like 20 years. I do get bored. You know, like if it's just really like there's nothing to watch out for, I end up just stood there getting pissed talking to the stream, and it's like, oh, this is great. I just press buttons. And that, you know, like in Wrath, I obviously I feel like that when I'm doing ICC. You know, I can stand there and literally switch off 90% of my brain on Lich King Heroic and just press buttons as a rep paladin. So it don't matter. Like everything's gonna die. I'm still gonna be top damage. And like you know, there's one thing that you need to look out for. There's shadow trap from like near you. Move away from it. And then just know what you're killing. Like, like a lot of stuff gets really overcomplicated. So, like, that's what I done when me and Go was watching Hammer raid after last week's podcast. I was really looking at it and breaking it down, and I'm like, they could do this. You know, like, why are they stood there? They could stand at the side so they're not getting parries. They could, like, why? I'm like questioning everything. So I'm like, you're overcomplicating the boss when there's like clearly minimal mechanics going on.
I some boss like Shade of Aranicus actually has mechanics. Like I think this is the first raid in Classic where they've actually added mechanics. They have nerfed it very heavily, but it feels like this is the first time where it's a real raid and it feels good. But you can also just avoid all of the mechanics by doing something a little bit different. You know, like there's a knockback on the first boss that you could just use a limited invulnerability potion and it doesn't knock you back because it's physical. You know, there's a lot of things you can do, and you probably noticed a lot of that watching.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, it's and that's cool. Like the use of consumables to be able to like do different things. It's just I try to just like not overcomplicate fights. I looked at Sunken Temple. I'm gonna go in. It looks reasonably fun. Going in post nerf, I think it's gonna be far less fun. Like I kind of do feel like I missed out a little bit. I think night 1 going in there, I like banging my head against the wall. I'm one of those weird ones. Yeah. Like I do. I like going in and wiping over and over and over again, and then when it dies, everyone's like, fucking yes, boys, it's dead. Like that feels so much better than going in and going, oh, that died. Was that a boss? Like that. There's no that don't
those early
feel
kills
good.
Felt so good.
Yeah, exactly. But when you get those kills where it does feel challenging, you're having to switch things up, and then you eventually get it down. Where it feels like the time that you've invested is worth it. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that.
All right, I wanted to ask a couple things about Phase 4, and it also applies, this first one, to the current phase, and it's dealing with world buffs. So we have Songflower right now, we have our Chrono Boon, Dark Moon Fair. How does that work? Because I haven't tried to get Songflower, but I think that there's like a cooldown with your Chrono Boon. So are you getting summoned to a Songflower as soon as you get Dark Moon Fair? So you only boon everything once? And then in Phase 4, how's that going to work with 15 world buffs?
Chrono Boon is the best thing ever, but also I would never take Songflower with Dark Moon Fair up, because someone's going to kill you and you're going to lose Dark Moon Fair. I would always like, so Songflower is the one I personally start with usually now because it's easiest to get on your own in like a random time. It's still dispellable, so it's fully griefable, and you'll probably see dead priests near where you want to grab the Songflower, so watch out for that. I think world buffs are like always thought of from most people as like this really complex thing to do. But even in Classic, it took 7 minutes if you had an organized group to get world buffs, all of them. 7 minutes, which isn't that bad. And considering 5 minutes of that is running from the entrance to the back of Dire Maul Tribute and to the front again, right? So there's not that many world buffs. They're pretty easy to get. Songflower is probably your sketchiest one to get, and probably the one that you don't need to get unless you just don't need to get it. So there's really only 2 world buffs you're worried about, which is just land in Booty Bay, the world buff drops, then go get your DMF if it's DMF week. Songflower's, your average player is not getting Songflower, and Songflower kind of sucks to get. It's on every time one is picked on the layer, it takes 25 minutes for the next one to spawn in that exact location. And other people can have that timer, so they can all be watching you. And if one person clicks it a second earlier than you, it goes to them and not you. Songflower is a very classic-like buff. I wish it wasn't dispellable, but it is. So it can be very frustrating if you pick it and lose it. And definitely don't have Darkmoon Fair while you're there, because if someone kills you, you have to log off in a rested area for 8 hours for your DMF buff to go away, or debuff.
When Classic was out in 2019, I was working from home a lot, and I used to literally just sit on a hunter, solo clearing Dire Maul. Did I say DMF? I meant Dire Maul. Yeah, solo clearing Dire Maul as a hunter, and I'd sit there for like 8 hours while I was at work, just selling like DM tribute buffs.
You make so much money.
Honestly, it was fucking ridiculous. It literally paid for everything that I wanted in TVC when it came out. Just from sitting, it wasn't even my hunter. It was my brother's hunter that E-leveled, and I literally, worked out how to do it, and was just, sat there. Even I had a warlock and two summoning accounts. I'd summon them, boom, get in. Like, they were good times.
Someone actually, Alexander mentions like he wishes you could keep world buffs through death, but that's actually, I think, potentially like the main draw of world buffs is like you have this risk reward factor now. It feels terrible losing your world buffs. It is the worst feeling. You're like, I just don't want to play anymore. But that like highs and the lows really like kind of brings you back. It's this like, it's basically like it's a drug, and it gets you, so it sucks to have world buffs persist through death, but it sucks to lose world buffs. So it's like it's a hard thing. But world buffs are like a very classic thing. They tried no world buffs before with Season of Mastery, and no like competitive guild or no like good player that wants to compete in anything plays the game without world buffs. Like Classic is like a very world buff game, as unfortunate as that is to say. So we're gonna get more next phase, but it's also really not hard to get.
They need to remove the multi-boxing rule, so no hit your own can get back in level 60 to multi-boxing 16 mages and wiping everyone's world buffs up. Like that was still some of the most entertaining stream content I've ever seen. Was just
watching Jerome like listen to music, and he's like bobbing his head. He's like, and they're all pumping,
fucking pumping. Yeah. And it's just like literally just ruining, full raid groups days. Like honestly, I fucking love it.
18 mages that just res on someone.
Yeah, it was just the best thing ever. Like, but no, I've got a love-hate relationship with world buffs. Me personally, I'd rather they weren't there, because everyone complains about borrowed power in retail and stuff like that, and ultimately you're like, Blizzard, they make their lives harder constantly. It's like, right, we need to tune a raid around everybody having world buffs, but then people without world buffs also need to be able to clear it. But if you've got world buffs, it shouldn't be ridiculously face roll, but if you haven't got world buffs, it still shouldn't be too challenging. It's like you're literally fucking tying your hands behind your back. Whereas
all the raids are always tuned for not having world buffs. That's the thing, though, right? Like every raid
then they're face roll,
tuned,
but then they're completely face roll with world buffs. Then it turns it into a joke.
Yeah. Then it becomes like, how much can you pump? Like, can you feel like a god, basically? And that's
Yeah, which is where like I feel like they're good, but they're not good. You know, as in like if you're gonna make it a mandatory thing where it's basically like consumables, then I don't agree with them persisting through death per se. I don't know. If you've got a good game, if you've made a good game that's balanced and the classes are balanced, you shouldn't need all this extra power from shit that where you lose it, it demoralizes your entire raid or means you can't pass anymore or you know. I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence. I get it, and I go and get them. Like, I'm not saying I don't do it. You know, I'm a hypocrite. I'll go and get world buffs but then if I do die and my world buffs are gone, I'm like, I don't give a fuck now. I'll just stand here and drink, like, whatever.
All right, can I have a shot now or what?
Yeah, exactly. This shit just don't matter anymore. Why am I here?
You spend all that time getting world buffs, and then like the first poll you die, and you're like, I hate this raid group, and I hate this raid, and I'm never playing this game again.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what it is. And I kind of like, I just feel like that whole, it's such a dated system. It really is like a really dated way of playing that I don't know. I feel like Season of Discovery would be easier for them to balance and manage without them even being there, rather than constantly fucking adding them every phase. And you say like in Season of Mastery that you know there was no world buffs. I mean, it weren't because there was no world buffs why Season of Mastery didn't do well. It didn't do well because they launched Season of Mastery far too fucking early. Like, there was no reason for Season of Mastery to exist at that time.
That too, but no, like that as well. Yes, obviously, but no competitive guild, which would then have like a trickle down effect, because when people retire from a competitive guild, they join like your like semi-casual guild, and then they join the casual guild. Like no competitive guild would place no like hardcore player that's going to play the game all the time and was going to play Season Mastery without world buffs. It just, no one was going to do it. But like, yes, they released it at the worst time possible, obviously.
Yeah, but you say that. I mean, if the bosses were hard enough with no world buffs, where they were actually, you know, worthy of bragging that you got world first. Like, I don't know.
You could scramble together maybe one group of WoW's classics top players.
Yeah, I mean, is that really how strongly people feel about world buffs? Because honestly, like, I would remove them tomorrow and wouldn't even give a shit.
People like and hate them, right? But like, they wouldn't ever. In the top guilds, there just wouldn't be like there wouldn't be a competitive scene, right? So like that's the only thing, is like there wouldn't be a competitive scene, which when a game doesn't have a competitive scene, it really lacks longevity a lot of the time.
Yeah, thinking about like the speed running aspect, I think if you lost, like if somebody died on a trash pack in a speed run and then they lost their world buffs, then that meant something. But if it persisted through death, then they could just quickly get a
well, that's what we have now, right? Like, and like now in speedruns, if someone dies, you just battle res and move on, right? It's like, do we have another battle res? Sure. But it's not like there's a punishment to that death. It's like you could sacrifice people all the time. But in classic, it's like, well, there's some polls you need to sacrifice a player for. Like in speedruns, there's some polls where you'll pull all of the trash to like a corner and then have that player like leave the bubble and die or something, so that the whole raid can run by, and then you fight the trash while you're fighting the boss that you just ran all the way by to, because it like it saves a ton of time. And that player you sacrifice is always going to be a healer, because they lose the least power by losing their world buffs. There's a lot of nuance to it, but at the same time, there's a lot of like, I understand the frustration against world buffs. It just, the competitive PvE scene, which is a niche scene, but that ends up like when you ostracize the people that play the game the most, you see a lot of people stop playing the game. In general, because the average player eventually quits no matter what, right?
But did the competitive scene? So I'm not being argumentative for the sake of it. I want to really just drill down into this. Like, did the competitive scene quit in TBC because there was no world buffs? Did they quit in Wrath? Was there no competitive scene in Wrath? Is there no competitive scene in retail?
Well, there's no speedrunning scene in retail, right? Because the only thing that matters is race to world first.
Race to world first is the big one.
You lose any, like, the second world first race in retail is over. There's no fun in running splits. It's like, all right, back to splits, but like nobody wants to do that. It's just waiting room for the next race world first. In TBC and stuff, you didn't lose the competitive scene because those games are designed differently, right? Whereas the raids are more challenging and you pull off more challenging things, which is the same in like if Season of Mastery would have been great for a competitive scene if there was world buffs, because they added like boss mechanics that just made it so that you want to cleave, and instead it just made it spend a lot of gold on consumes and take a long time to kill the bosses that weren't even like challenging. Like WoW Classic is there's no real challenge to it. So like to add any sort of competition, you have to add inherent difficulty, which is how fast can I do this? How much can I do at the same time as fighting the boss? Like, can I kill these 4 trash packs? And that could easily be done without world buffs. Easily, right? It's not like the defining factor. But in the heads of the competitive scene within WoW Classic, when looking at Season of Mastery, like no one was going to do it when they announced no world buffs. That was like the collective agreement. It was like, nah. Like it still could have had a pretty fun, but like no world buff scene. But like there was some version of a no world buff scene for in normal Classic too, and like people did no world buff speedruns in Classic, but like that was like, for lack of a better way, it was like, kind of like looked down upon, right? It was like, oh, they're just playing like no world buff speedruns. I don't know. It
just amazes me. It amazes me when I sit here and think about all the versions of WoW I've played over the years and think that like we want world buffs now, which are literally they're giving you fake power. Your character it is borrowed power, whatever way you look at it. But then we don't want it further down the line. Like we can't have it. Then it's a big negative. It's like, oh, the biggest downfall of retail was where you was getting borrowed power and it's you're gonna lose it. It's not actually real character power. But then you want it in vanilla, where like it makes fucking absolutely no sense whatsoever.
But vanilla doesn't have any challenge. Then the different leeway would be like if you made the vanilla raids hard.
Yeah, which is what they tried to do in Season of Mastery. Which exactly that's it. That's what Season of Mastery was meant to be. Harder raids, no world buffs.
But it wasn't though. The raids
it wasn't. It was shit.
At all. They were just longer, right? It was like it's not harder. It just the boss has a lot more HP, and now you need to like fight this boss for a lot longer, and you're just like, this isn't actually more fun doing that,
absolutely. But that's what I mean with Season of Discovery. It's the time where you can really see the things that weren't good, that was good, take the best of everything, where you could actually like fuck world buffs. But like you said earlier, when you compared Aranicus to like Lich King, he was like, a lot of mechanics, a lot of things going on. I mean, if there's a lot of mechanics going on and it's a harder fight, it should almost mean that the boss is tuned in a way that you don't need world buffs to be able to kill it. And if there weren't no world buffs, the content is difficult enough where you're not like just getting world buffed and cleaving through it. Do you know what I mean? Where it's like you don't need that extra power to trivialize the content. I don't know. It's just how I feel personally.
But but the content would be trivial anyways, right? Like even without world buffs, all of the content is still trivial. So then world buffs allow you to push harder on basically the thing is like a lot of people
but no one
WoW,
killed it. I'm talking pre-nerf. I'm talking before I got nerfed. Yeah. I'm talking where it was actually difficult content. Where at that level of content where no one killed it, eventually they'd get upgrades, so their character would get more powerful, so they would naturally week on week they'd do more to the point where they can kill it, and then get different strats and whatever going on. Where you don't you don't physically need world buffs to kill it, or you need world buffs to make it more fun because it's so easy that the only way to actually make this more fun for our guild is to get full world buffs and blast it in 20 seconds. Do you know what I mean? Like that happy medium where it's like Again,
Yeah,
it's
a
just
hard
how I
nuance.
feel. I'm not saying it's the right or the wrong thing, but like I wouldn't.
I fully agree. I think it's a hard nuance, right? Like a lot of people also play classic. You feel kind of like a god when you're playing classic. You're like, I'm insanely strong, right? It's not really for a challenge, and I think that's what they like sort of semi realized after SOD or SOM was like people don't really play for a challenge in classic World of Warcraft, and so like yeah, I don't know. It's all nuance and it's all hard to like what would be the best. The most outspoken people hate world buffs, obviously. The most outspoken, the most you'll hear is always like people like world buffs are the worst thing ever been added to the game. But then they tried that and it didn't work. But also they did try that at the same time was like it was so soon. So like timing, there's a lot that has to go into it. But having conversations with devs, it seems like internally they've also looked at data and no world buffs. The no world buff crowd is a lot louder than it is more people.
But they also looked internally. They also looked internally at the data on Gamma Dungeons in Wrath and said it was a success. But there's a difference between something being a success because everyone feels forced to do it, and it being a success because everyone enjoys doing it. You know, like there is a massive difference.
That's nightmare incursions right now.
Exactly. They'll be like, oh god, we've fucking struck gold with this, boys. Incursions, everyone's doing it. They love it. No, everyone wants to gouge their eyes out with a rusty spoon, but they're doing it because there's nothing more efficient.
It's like, if you make this the most efficient way to do something, people will do it forever. Thank you.
Exactly.
All right. So what about Ani Head used to be on a timer on a Discord of when it was going to drop, and if it got dropped by the wrong guild at the wrong time on accident, somebody didn't log in fast enough, you would have to reset the boss. You'd have to have somebody from the other faction kill the NPC. It'd have to respawn. You'd have to do that whole thing. Should that be changed? And then also War Chiefs. While I have a second here to talk amongst you two, should Alliance be able to have easier access to getting the War Chief buff that Horde can get?
I hope and want Ally to have a more easy way to get War Chiefs because it's such an insanely powerful buff. So yes, I very much hope that Alliance get a chance to get War Chiefs because it's just so OP. Do I think it'll happen? I don't know. That's like, do I think they will actually make a change where Ally get War Chiefs? I genuinely don't know.
I'd say 90% yes. Would be my gut feeling.
I think so.
They're trying to even everything out. I think they will.
I just think this is like, if you want something changed, you just gotta complain. It's gonna happen, you know. Like people are trying to get this 100 extra damage from having this dagger. Not even 100. Sorry, that's an insane amount. Sorry, getting an extra 4 to 5 extra DPS, 4 to 5 DPS by having this dagger, and everyone's saying that their life is ruined because they're stuck farming this dagger all the time. When you don't even need to farm the dagger, but if you complain enough, Blizzard will have to change it.
I think something as big as a world buff like that, like absolutely should be on both sides.
But that is a huge buff. Yeah, exactly. That is a way larger thing. I think Blizzard might initially not change it because it feels classic light, but I think they will change it. I don't see a world where that stays the way it is. It is. That buff is so good. It's crazy. So yeah.
Do you think that they should just like, how do they solve the whole my controlling the NPC thing for the head drop? Like, do they just make it so that it can just be dropped back to back to back, kind of like all the world buffs right now, like from Nomer and BFD? You can just turn in your trinket item or whatever, and then the buff goes out.
That, or like what the Chinese realms actually did, and everyone like thinks that China had world buffs that just dropped, like that you could buy from a vendor, but what they actually did,
they were on a timer, weren't they?
Yep, they were just on a timer. So like on the timer, when the buff is about to be off cooldown, it will drop. Be there or be square. And that like literally was such an easy system for them, and it worked really, really well for them. And I think that would work really, really well in every other vein. So I think that would work. Other people might have better ideas. I haven't really like gone super deep into it.
Well, I mean, the easy thing is when Warsong goes out for Horde, it goes on out for Alliance in Stormwind as well, or wherever you want to put it. You know, so it literally
War Chiefs for everyone.
War Chiefs, sorry, not Warsong, War Chiefs. Yeah, it just literally activates in two different capital cities. So it's still relied on. You know, it drops on the Horde, but then it drops on the Alliance at the same time. Surely that would be quite an easy way to just implement it. I like the I like the Chinese world buffs, honestly, where they're going out on a timer and it's very predictable. You know, the same way you know when Wintergrass
you know
starting.
exactly.
You know when
You know when it's dropping. Just log in really fast. You got it. Sweet.
Yeah, I would honestly, I would be all for that. There would be zero arguments.
Yeah.
Cool. So Sarth, what in-game activities? Because I think that's what Blizzard had on the roadmap for like phase 4. It said in-game activities in there. So what would you like to see in phase 4? An incursion style event, a new PvP event, something to deal with dungeons, kind of like we have with the wild offerings and stuff like that?
I think the wild offerings are a great, very classic idea, but it feels bad when you have so many ults to do it. I think it would be really cool to see them do something where, like, if they implemented a system where you could add challenges to dungeons or add speed to dungeons that gives you something, even if it's just cosmetic, because they've shown that they're open to giving cosmetic items in Classic. So I think that would be cool to add like something to do when people aren't raiding and aren't farming gold by just doing an incursion exploit or something. So I think that would all be really cool to see. But the only thing that I really genuinely care about for the most part is realistically just like new raids, like new raid content. Like I'm going to open world PvP no matter what. I'll be playing Rogue and open world PvPing like crazy. That's going to be so fun, but just add more flair to the raids. And I know that they're going to be doing that in like new gear. I think they're going to add a lot more like classic like systems. And that's pretty cool in my opinion also. I'm totally cool with it.
So how do you think the me?
Yeah, maybe we should
what do you think?
Cover that topic for all of us, I reckon, not just move on.
Yeah.
Who's this shit fucking host?
I was like, I don't care what Scotty says. Nobody cares what I say. So let me just move on.
No, like what would you like at level 60, right? And level 60 is obviously going to be like multiple phases. We're going to start out with Molten Core, so then we have all of the other phases coming, right?
That's what I was going to ask you was how do you think the phases are going to roll out? Like the same exact way, or is that going to get changed up and we're going to have like Onyxia, Molten Core, ZG in like phase 1 or something like that?
I think we're going to have more like you're saying. Like I think we'll have like ZG, Oni, and MC all at once right at the beginning, and I think that's a good thing. And then the next phase will probably have like BWL, like the new BWL, and maybe something else, something small. And then we'll get like one of the new raids in between that'll like start things off. Like we'll finally get like Karazhan Crypts. And then after that, we can get the like Scarlet Monastery Hearthglen raid or something. And like I think they've got like ideas for things, but it's the easiest time wise for them while they're working on Cataclysm as the same exact team doing everything, that they could like throw out like the new Molten Core and throw in new mechanics and nuances there first, and then focus on like building out the new raids and having them be really good. Although technically I believe MC was designed in like a week. OGMC, I think it was designed in a week.
It took that long.
Like they outsourced it to like another gaming I'm pretty sure someone told me this, maybe it's wrong, but I'm pretty sure they were like, oh, we need a raid, the game's coming out in a few days. here's molten core. Someone, can you design this for us? You know, so I think MC was designed pretty quickly. So they definitely can put together some really cool things, like what they did with the new raids, especially with Sunken Temple. Like it's a legitimate raid. It is like some of the encounters are legitimate raid encounters. They might like favor a horde versus alliance, or like they might favor certain comps, or they might have came out very overtuned, but. I mean, we don't have a PTR. We're all discovering it at the same time. So I think that is actually a pretty cool way of doing it.
Yeah.
I just want to see an overpowered rune for Boomy. And
yeah, right.
And that would cover the PvP and PvE like bases. And that's pretty much it. I don't know what they would add that would make me want to join a raid at this point. It's like Sunken Temple I haven't done yet. It looks like a fun raid, don't get me wrong, but nothing is pulling me into Molten Core. Even the hint of like the 8-set Boomy set, I know it was just like a preview, but after we got our Loon's Fire rune, it's like, does that 8-set increasing insect swarm damage, is that really gonna give us a lot?
It's always all about you, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, you asked my fucking opinion.
Yeah, well, yeah, but you've just fucking dragged it out, and all you talk about is Boomy. We're talking about wider. We're talking about.
This is why I don't give my opinion, Scotty. You guys ramble on for 20 minutes each.
Yeah, but we're on point.
And you're like, oh my god, this guy's dragging it out.
Right.
Scotty.
Okay, so we were talking about things to add at 60. We weren't talking about things to add at 60 that's going to help you do more damage.
That's what I want. That's what I want.
That's all you want. Everyone else can stay. Everything else can stay the same, and you just want better runes, right? Okay. All right. Well, mine's gonna be really quick and more on point of the topic that we was talking about, not what that fucking idiot was just saying. So what I want is, as a paladin, I want Avenging Wrath to be up for. Oh, hang on, no, because that's what he's just done. No, I'm joking. If I could say two things, I'm not serious. If I could say two things, firstly, I would like to see when Molten Core launches, and then for all raids throughout the rest of the season of Discovery to have a normal mode and a heroic mode. That's it.
That would be pretty sick.
So your normal mode can be down-tuned, so every fucker can go in there and clear it and experience the content. Heroic, they can over-tune to shit like they did with Sunken Temple, where it really challenges people, but still everybody gets to go and experience the content. You know, the mechanics can be the same. I'm not talking like Ragnaros, Heroic Firelands, where you get a whole new phase. Literally, the raids are identical, but the heroic versions are just flat out harder. And obviously, they will reward better gear. They've got to. Like, there's no two ways about that. And the second thing I'd like to see is more, and I don't care how they do it, but more competitive, repeatable 5-man content. So challenge mode is instantly what springs to mind, because challenge.
Yes.
But it springs to mind because challenge mode doesn't need to reward gear. That's the important thing. I don't want things just being like, oh yeah, gammas now. Like you can get Molten Core gear from 5-mans. Like no, fuck that shit. Like I'm talking about 5-man content that's competitive, where everyone's going to be trying to do it to be the best, but you don't get any upgrades. So challenge mode done that perfectly.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, like a cosmetic, right? Like literally something that like looks cool, but like doesn't give you player power. So like people don't feel a necessity to like, I had to go and do these challenge modes. Like, no, you don't need that, right? Just add something that like gives someone their own like little accolades of like looking cool or doing like a title or something.
A title. Yeah. Well, just anything where it's like, yeah, you don't feel forced to do it. It's not like, oh, looking for more BWL must have fucking 8 of 8 gold challenge modes. It's like, well, that's irrelevant. Like, it gives you a mount, it gives you a tabard, it gives you a title, it gives you a transmog set. It just gives you something where you feel good running around showing people I fucking done this shit. But no one feels bad because they haven't done it and their character feels weaker. So no gear coming from it, but repeatable 5-man content that is competitive and challenging. And I honestly think with the way SOD's gone over the last 3 phases, I think it would benefit massively from two different raid difficulties. You please everyone then. I honestly, I just don't. again, they've seen it works. They've seen it works to the point where there's 3 raid difficulties. You know, like it really does work. So why treat SOD differently? Have Molten Core launch and you've got normal and you've got heroic. Even if you wanted to have it so you've got to clear normal before you can go into heroic, like, you know, like old school, whatever, I don't care. It might make the Race to World First feel a bit shit because now it's going to be delayed by a full reset. But whatever, like, I don't really care how it would launch. But then they can literally capture everyone. They can go, right, we want the people that enjoy hard content to play SOD, but we also want people just to enjoy SOD and go and raid and get gear and see all the content. For me, it's a no-brainer. But
yeah, I think it would be really fun. I would just love like something like a challenge mode. Like that would just be so dope to have. Like I think everyone would just get behind it. There's something like fun, like when you just log in with your friends and like, let's see if we can put up a better time, you know, would just be pretty dope.
And imagine if they then extended upon that, which they've never done, because they never really ventured further with challenge modes past Warlords of Draenor. I'm pretty sure it was only Mop and WoD where there was challenge modes. But imagine if they ventured forward in Seasons of Discovery and done challenge mode raids. So it's completely separate from your normal lockout, but you can go and do a Molten Core challenge mode where you're not getting loot from the bosses. I mean, yeah, you might get a title or something, but it is like a true speed run. You know, who can clear, you've got to clear it in this amount of time. You can clearly see that, you know, fucking Nota on your server is #1 at the moment, because that's how Gold Challenge modes used to work. You could literally see in-game. You didn't need Warcraft logs or anything. You could see in-game who had the top, like, 3 times. Like, if you add that on your server as well for the raids, where, you know, you've done your raid for the week, and it's like, right, let's really try and nail a fucking sick time. Do it as many times as you want. Like, it just adds that. Be dope. Yeah, I mean, that's I like repetitive content. I hate the fact that I love raiding on my Rep Paladin or I love raiding on my Fire Mage, and it's like, oh, I've done my raid. I can't really do anything else this week. Yeah, it's like, no, I want to do it again. I'll go and do it again for no gear. Like, I'm happy to. I literally, you know, in the alt run on Thursday, the short one. Yeah, I'll join again. I don't need loot. I just want to go and do it because it's fun. Like, yeah, let's go and smash. Like, I like that, being able to do repeatable content for just, well, yeah, you could still get achievements. Yeah, that's the thing. Like in Wrath, if you could, or Kata, where you could do the content repeatedly, you, even though you're not going to get gear, you could go like, oh, I'm going to join this achievement run on the character that you want them on. Like, I don't like that whole just stopping you from going and doing something that you enjoy.
Yeah, you already did this now. You can't do it again.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree. I like just being, I like there just being like, if there's one part of the game that you like the most, you can just keep doing that. You can just do it. And like, I don't know, for me in retail, I think Mythic Plus was like the coolest thing they ever added to the game. So that's why I love that, because it's just like I could hop in with some friends and play like a version of the game that's like pushing something, you know, like instead of like just my least favorite thing to do is just sit there and farm personally. Like, I don't like it's just like I don't feel like I'm getting anything out of it other than obviously you get gold, but like it just doesn't feel that fun. But like, yeah, that's why I personally like GDKPs, because it was like I just like to raid. So like if I can do more raids and I'm not even buying gear because I don't care about the gear, I can get some gold out of it, but at least I get to raid more, you know. Yeah, I like if they add more content like that. Yeah.
Mythic Plus is Mythic Plus is amazing. Like that is the only thing that would get me to play retail, is just as pushing as higher keys as possible is it's fun. You're like, they're literally recycling content, but people love it. Like, should they not look at that and be like, hang on, like people really like Mythic Plus. I don't like the fact that it's a legitimate way of gearing. That's my only sort of negative criticism of it.
Yeah.
You know, I don't like the fact that it's a legitimate way of end game gearing. Like, it should be more for prestige and achievements and whatever else. Not really like, oh yeah, I'll just like fuck raids. I'll just do Mythic Plus, or you know, fuck pre-raid bisc gearing. I'll get carried in Mythic Plus up to like you know 12 keys or something, get some gear, and then start pushing higher keys. Like I don't. That's the bit where I'm not so much of a fan. But anything where you've got all that content in the game that's being wasted, being reused, I'm all for.
Yeah. Then we could go back into the dungeons, and it's like, dude, we're running. I guess I was gonna say no more, but like dead mines, and it's like, you're running dead mines, dude. Yeah, we're gonna go put up a time. That would be kind of cool.
And that's why I love Dead Mines Heroic in Kata. It's like, man, I'm back in Dead Mines, but at 85, like this is fucking insane. Like, it is my favorite heroic in Kata is Dead Mines because, like, yeah, it's just so good. But yeah, if you could literally, they could do so much in SOD with this content that is just unused.
So, Scotty, what trinket would you like to see? Because Griff asked, do we see Blizz doing something with all these random object like trinkets that are changing us into things as a cosmetic fun thing? So like we can turn into bushes, worms, crates, gigantic mobs. Like what would you want to turn into to show off to everybody? Hey guys, I speed cleared Dire Mall West the fastest. Now look at me. I'm a big.
Yeah, that wouldn't interest me. I've got to be honest with you. Like,
no.
A full transmog set. You know, where if you thought like DM, if you was like Diamond West, East, North, Strat, Undead, Strat Living. You know, where for each each one that you do, if you get the gold, whatever they set the gold time as, you got that. Then you got a transmog for each piece. You know, like that would be pretty cool. But I don't give a fuck, mate. Like yeah, when it comes to like having a trinket that makes me turn into something, or well, you know, when I got Shadowmourne and I got the box, I literally gave all the shit away. I was like, I don't give a shit about
the box.
I gave all the only thing I kept was the Dalaran portal because that's useful. Everything else I gave away.
The mount, yeah.
I gave Go the mount. I gave Table the dwarf where it turns you into like the Iron Dwarf.
Yeah, that thing's awesome.
Well, I gave him the tabard as well. I think I gave everything away, literally all of it. I was like, I don't want this shit. Like, I'm keeping the Dalaran portal because that's going to be useful forever. Like, that is literally an actual useful item. But the rest of it, am I really going to worry about turning myself into a fucking Iron Dwarf or mounting up on a mount that I'm literally never going to use again? Yeah, just gave it all away.
You are.
No, that shit don't bother me. Like, it's not, if it's not giving me any actual use or DPS and like, I don't care.
Yeah, that's the thing that I do. I love. I don't know why. I've got a collector's itch, you know. But I also like, for me, it's all just like competitive accolades too. And like, if you can add something competitive in it, like Mythic Plus, I like that I can see that like my score can be high or something, right?
But no. So that's different. So competitive, yes. So if to get that box and all the stuff in it, I had to be, you know, like speed running dungeons and being the top 5% on the server or something like that, absolutely yes, I would have used it all just so people can see, fucking hell, he's got that tabard on. Like, yeah, he's a gamer. Yeah, but like getting something that you can buy in GDKPs by like spending money, like I don't see anything impressive with using that whatsoever. You know, like it's different. That's what I mean. Like, I still to this day on retail, I level my monk, and it's always being leveled. Like, if I level a new monk, it's in full gold challenge mode gear. It's like, yeah, but I've done that originally. Like, I'm quite proud that I've done that originally. Sure. Yeah, like, that's cool. But if it was something where it's like, oh, yeah, I'll mount up on this mount that, like, I could literally just buy loads of gold on and buy, it's just not the same thing. But nowadays, it probably won't be the same thing. When we get to Mop Classic, there'll be people, you know, groups of 3 or 4 selling 1 or 2 slots in challenge mode gear, challenge mode runs, like, where it all mean less as well.
Sure.
But back then, it happened a lot less. I'm not saying it didn't happen. It did happen, but it just weren't as rife as it probably will be this time round.
Yeah, it was. Now it's like any accolade in the game is a commodity. Any accolade in any game is a commodity. Like, if you want ahead of the curve or something like that, it's like someone will sell it, you know. And you want any item in the entire game, people will sell it.
You could buy like not week one, but like phase one kind of Lich King heroic kills. You literally could buy that.
We did sell them week one. We literally sold them week one. Yeah, we'd sell them out week one for like heroic Lich King. You could actually get it. You would get your title. You could win them out. We were selling it right away. And then like week two, it was like we have 9 splits, right, or whatever was going on then. And you could get it too. Like the top guilds, like the world's top guilds, will sell things right as soon as the world first is over. It's like now it's like build up the guild bank and then focus on like the next thing, which is going to be like speed runs. So like instantly now it splits.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's why, you know, all of it means a little bit less now. But like me personally, like let's say we're in Mop Classic in a year's time. If I get my gold, well, not if, when I get my gold challenge mode gear on the monk, like it will never be unequipped. I know that I haven't bought it. You know, I know that I've gone and done it.
Yeah.
You know, to me, that's something that's worth actually using. But when it comes to like, yeah, I mean, fucking every man and their dog's got Valinir. Every man and their dog's got Shadowmourne. Like the amount of fucking, if I was to go to the auction house now and look at the amount of the tabards that will be on there, like none of that shit means anything, does it? So I just gave it all away. Yeah.
No, yeah, none of it is like, it's not like you did something cool. Not anymore.
Yeah.
All right, well, we've been going strong for 4 hours.
Good thing. I've got a movie soon.
Perfect. Yeah, I didn't want to keep you much longer unless Scotty has anything else really quick to send your way.
No, I'm all good. It's just always a fucking pleasure to talk to yourself, to be fair. Like it always takes too long. So once you decide what class you're actually going to play for Kata, because that was a question earlier that I actually put on the screen. Someone did ask if you're going to play Kata. And obviously I know you're going to play it fairly casually. You know, Sod's going to be your main game, but when we actually do, what is going to be your class? Because whatever it's going to be, if you want to come on the deep dive for that Kata podcast, like that'd be awesome.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be Rogue. I'm gonna find out by running a bunch of tests and doing a lot more research. I think I'm going back to Rogue, but I think it's gonna be like Rogue, Hunter, and DK. Like my main classes, maybe Ret Paladin, but I don't know how Ret Paladin is. But those are like all I'm leaning towards. Rogue is the one I'm leaning towards the most.
Well, I would say
I will end up min-maxing it hard.
Yeah. Well, I would say like we get you on for the Rogue deep dive. So quick, like start reading, do some research, because the Rogue podcast is in 90 minutes. So go and watch a movie, come back.
Oh my God. Become a master right now. All right, I'm downloading the beta again. I got the beta already. Actually, it's already ready. I can log in for like 90 minutes, and then I think I'm ready to make a YouTube video.
Easy, fucking easy. See, this is a pro at work. That's what we like to see. But no, in all seriousness, I like, you know, the whole point of the deep dive podcast when it comes to the classes is we don't need to know everything. You know, we'll dive into it together. We'll be like, how has this changed? How has that changed? So like, it'll just be cool if you come on and do the Rogue one.
Hell yeah, sounds great. I can't wait. I thank you guys for having me again. I love that you reached out. Thanks, Go. I love hanging out with you guys, obviously, as we talk for hours and hours and hours each time. So I really appreciate it.
No, thank you, man.
I love being able to be like, yeah, you were the first person that I asked. And like, you were the first person that I asked. And I was like, this might be the first time where it's like, oh, I'm going to have to ask somebody else if Star shoots me down. But you came through like you always have. Thank you for coming back.
Of course, brother.
I just want you to think of that the next time. If it's a hard decision, it's like, man, I'm going to let Go down. No, he's going to have to ask like the number 2 person. And then you're going to watch the show knowing that they're sitting.
It could have been me.
Been sitting at it.
I'm sure he won't give a fuck.
You're like, God damn it.
I don't think he'll give a fuck, to be honest with you, Go. Right, cool.
So the next time we have Hammer on, just know that I had asked Sarth first.
I'll message him right now.
No, he's in the chat. That's why I'm picking.
I love Hammer.
We all love Hammer.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you guys for having me. And I'm gonna go see Civil War. So we'll see how intense this movie is.
Go and enjoy,
right.
man. Enjoy. Thanks for coming again, mate. Yeah, take care. Take care.
Later, guys.
Later. Right, well that's all. The camera's fucked. Go. I'll really quickly fix that while you see us out. Yeah.
Yeah, we've got an episode coming up Saturday is the next scheduled one that we have planned, but currently I'm still looking for a mage big brain to bring on for the mage deep dive. So if you know any mages out there, hit the comment section of the VOD or send them in right now really quick before we end the stream.
Is this for Kata you're talking about?
Kata, yeah, the Kata Mage deep dive I think was Saturday. Or did we have something between then?
DK's the following week, isn't it? We need to like squeeze some of these in quite quickly. You saw the spreadsheet I sent you, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean we could probably pull one of the other ones forward, and like we got Willie and Crix for Warlock, Willie J, and I need to ask Nolty if he wants to come on for the healing one. DK, Subtle, and Rugs. I've not spoke to Rugs yet, but DM Subtle. I went to DM Rugs, and you know, like when you try and DM people on Discord and they're not your friend, and it just shows up as I was like, well, I don't know which one he is, so I'll get Subtle to speak to Rugs. But yeah, I mean. I'm going to pencil in for rogue stuff. But yeah, we need to knock some out. Yeah,
we need a warrior.
I mean, I'm looking forward to quite a few of these where I know people we can get for some of them, but they're not just going to be big names because like no, there's not that many people that are not playing SOD. You know what I mean? It makes it a little bit more difficult. But what day is it? It's Wednesday, and it's over Thursday. Nothing. I mean, we might be able to maybe squeeze one in like Friday or something, or Sunday. I don't know. Like we'll talk. We're definitely going to need to do more than Saturday. Like we need to try and get a couple in between Saturday and the following Saturday. And these boys are here for Kata. They pretend that they're here for SOD, but they're not really here for SOD. They're here for Kata. Like we all know that. Right. Anyway, go see us out, mate. I want to go. I need to go and speak to Gold down there about the guild.
Thanks everybody for the super chats as always. We had Griff with a super chat. He's the last one that I can see, so I know there was a couple others during the show, so thank you guys as well. And I will see you for Kata the next time that we're live. No Season of Discovery talk. We got our 4-hour fill tonight. So yeah, expect the Kata hype train the next time you see us live together.
I
would say for the next 3, I'd say next 2 or 3 podcasts are going to be nothing but Kata. So let's go. Kata hype.
Yeah. Next Wednesday it might not even be a SOD episode. I will concede that we need to do Kata unless something insanely
unless something big happens
on SOD. Yeah, but I think we've kind of covered the SOD phase 3 stuff.
Yeah, I don't really know what else we talk about, so we can fill in that Wednesday with a Kata episode. I agree. I'll tell you what though.
Yeah.
You can lead that one. Like you did tonight. You led it so well.
I just need to keep bringing guests on that you and them can just have a conversation. I can just add in a question every 20-30 minutes, and I was vibing, dude.
I was meant to be chilling tonight and fishing while you and Taff spoke about Season of Discovery.
It was a nice, dude, I've been up for 30 hours. I went on a 10K hike this morning. I woke up at 4 p.m. yesterday, and I haven't gone to bed. So I went hiking during the sunrise and then went right into work and then came right onto the show. So
I've had 6 hours sleep since Monday.
Yeah.
That's why Lee came in. Like as soon as the podcast started, he said, "Fuck off, Scott, and go to sleep."
Yeah, there was a couple of people. Yeah, somebody else said that too.
Because literally, I've been recording, editing, streaming, getting ready for the podcast. Literally, I've had hang on. Yeah, so Monday was the last time I actually went to bed. As in, so Tuesday. So, you know what I mean? I slept Monday night, and then Tuesday morning I woke up, and it's now Thursday. So, yeah, I had 6 hours sleep Monday night, and that was the last sleep that I actually had. But I'm still feeling pretty good, so...
Yeah, so after show, what are we doing now, Scotty? Are we watching a raid for another 3 hours? What are we doing?
No, I'm going to go and talk to Goldar and sort out the NA guild. So
perfect.
Thank you, Go.
I need to get some food.
Yeah, I need food as well. So that's what I'm going to be moaning at him about for about probably 45 minutes. Everyone, thank you for watching. This was Go's podcast about Season of Discovery. Mine's Katta. Mine is Katta. His is always the Season of Discovery episode. So hopefully you enjoyed Go really like shining during this podcast. I think he done well.
I did mediocre at best.
And now what we're going to do is, because there's this weird cut-off period where when we end the stream, it don't actually end, like it always ends early before what we said. So what we're both going to do for about 10 seconds is just sit here and look at the camera, and then I'm going to end it. So thanks for watching.